Karibuni sana and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market, Festival and Awards 2024. We have the market where we discuss the business end of film and TV, how it actually makes money, makes sense. We're also going to be having the festival where you can actually enjoy those amazing productions, and they've been curated for you to watch right across the city.
I'm excited to be here, Jeff, and I'm expecting a lot of networking and finding collaborations and partnerships with industry stakeholders here, and of course making new friends and learning a lot from the panel discussions and the workshops.
Today is dedicated to our film industry and the entire ecosystem geared towards having fruitful. The government is committed to supporting and nurturing film industry, recognizing the economic, social and cultural significance. We are proud of strides that we have achieved thus far and believe that we are destined to make more strides as we progress in developing the local film industry and connecting to the world at large.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have you. I've already mentioned that we have quite a menu for all of us. In the course of the 3-4 days of being around the city, find time to savor, to taste what the beautiful country and the beautiful city has to offer.
The first trend we have noticed is partnerships. A long time ago we used to say, you know, that company, that one, MultiChoice, they are our enemies. We no longer can define our enemies. There are no more enemies. The person who actually determines who an enemy is yourself.
Our expectations is to also be part of learning in the Kalasha film and TV market, because we are students ourselves and we want to make these connections because we are right in the heart of the industry as we enjoy the very good productions that have been made here in Kenya.
As a government, we are committed to supporting and nurturing the film sector, and we recognize its economic, social, and cultural significance. We understand the importance of providing filmmakers with the resources, infrastructure, and opportunities they need to thrive. And in the spirit of collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, we invite filmmakers and the media professionals from across the globe to forge partnerships, share ideas, and explore new possibilities. Let this film market and the festive serve as a platform of dialogue, innovation, and inspiration. Thank you so much. And with that, the PS declares the Kalasha market officially opened. Thank you.
When you talk about sustainable and independent filmmaking, we know the barrier to entries have been brought down, and today we will delve into this particular session, and hopefully by the end of it, all of us will have figured out some ways that we can solve these emerging challenges that touch on independent filmmaking.
We first of all need to know the market. Why are we filming, and how can we gain money from the product we are involving in? And it is the job of the producers to know and understand in the market.
If you want to go beyond borders, research is key. You have to research global trends as well as local trends.
If you're an indie filmmaker, what are some of these challenges that we face?
There's a lack of a kind of consolidated effort on an educational level that aligns our aspirations.
It may look easy or tough, but again, as long as you believe in yourself that you have that structure, that you have to tell your stories.
anyone can do it. Anyone can tell this kind of story. You just need to come to Africa and see how things works and how people are here. And for indie cinema, indie films, people, it is quite easy for us to tell this kind of story, and it will sell in China.
Which other avenues should indies filmmakers explore to make returns on investment?
How can you advise such a person who has a story, maybe has excellent actors, but does not know where to start?
We as Africans know that we have to be ingenious in how we engage and relate and figure out our way. So we need to believe that we can figure out that way.
Now we should start thinking about self-distribution. Then the next step, distributors will come after you.
What is the place of a business plan for an independent filmmaker? And do you ever have an end in mind at any given time you are coming up with your story?
So how can you make a business case as a filmmaker to anyone to say that this is an investment? You don't have an audience. And then we're always looking outside. We're saying, you know, like Mr. Soko said, you know, grow your audience in Africa and in the diaspora. But what about in Kenya?
Passion and love for stories does not put food on the table, as we know. And it's been a major concern. It's come up a number of times in this room. So yes, we also do it for the money, but what industry doesn't?
Show them that this is what I can do as a cinematographer.
So the lights have to go on so I get that response, right? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Hi. This is Alliance, right? Alliance High School, Wasewa Bush. You do remember, everyone who has gone through this particular school, ukitoka, 20 years on, I went to Alliance. So that's going to be your future very soon, boys. This is which school? Itigo. Karibuni sana, welcome. My name is Jeff Mote. We've been together for the past 2 days, getting into day 3 of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards, and a lot has been learned for the past 2 days. Today, we're looking at matters money. If you're just joining us for the first time during the market, the theme is real money, the business of film where art meets commerce. And it's really been that balance of trying to understand how you can actually continue to have excellence in your craft, but at the same time make sure it's making money, it's making business sense. And that's really the conversation for today. In a bit, we'll be looking at the route to finance for creative business. How do you actually make sure you get your funding right? You have a project, you have the idea, an amazing storyline, you have the talent that you want to use, but you don't have the money. How do you seal that gap? Where do you get funding from? What are the options? That particular panel discussion is coming up in a bit. If you want to tweet about it, for those who are just joining us, of course, if you're in the booths, you can come in as well as we get into that particular discussion. The hashtags that we're using: Kalasha International Film and TV Market, hashtag Real Money, hashtag Kalasha Awards 2024. At this time, I'd also like to just pass our heartfelt gratitude for those who've been with us for the past 2 days, even as we get into day 3. Actually, yesterday, some people were leaving here as late as 10 p.m. We had a screening of Zari and a very interactive question and answer session after that in terms of, how to be a better actor, producer. Funding was also a big issue that came up during yesterday evening's discussion, and that took place yesterday, and we're getting into that particular discussion today as well. We'd also like to recognize the partners who've made this particular TV market possible. Communications Authority of Kenya, the Kenya Film Classification Board, National Film and Video Foundation South Africa, Copyright Tribunal Kenya, MultiChoice, StarTimes, Showmax, Alsberg SPI, Samsung, Goethe Institute, Anga Cinemas, Royal Tulip, Argyle Grand Hotel, Cameras Africa, Mind Me International, Sony, Jamii Telcom, Dormans, Madison Insurance, Kenbright, Kenya Film and Television Professional Association, Grisel Studios, The Bar, and Tikiti. Can you give these partners a big round of applause? Because really without them, this wouldn't have been made possible, and they've really come together to make sure we experience this for the the period that we've had this particular TV market, film and TV market session going on as well. But this time, it's all about creative business and how you can actually get that finance put right. And leading us in that particular discussion is Mr. Noah Kipkemboi. He's a broadcast journalist, 6 years of experience at a leading broadcast company in Kenya, the Standard Media Group, specializes in business journalism. So if it's about the route to finance, issues, money, here's a man who's been dealing with that. Can we please give a warm hand to our moderator for this particular session, Mr. Noah Kipkemboi? Okay, I think he's those moderators. So you have to give a better clap for him to come out from backstage. Do you think we should do it a third time? Third time could be the charm. You think so? Let's go for it. Why not? One more time. A round of applause for Noah Kipkemboi. Yeah. Told you. He wasn't sure. Here he is. Thank you so much. Noah, floor is yours.
Hello. Oh, I've taken the wrong microphone, but it's okay. All right. Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Tell your neighbor happy Easter. And ask them, what are you doing here on Easter? You guys don't talk, yeah? You come from the same school, yeah? Anyway, my name is Noah Kipkemboi, and we're about to have a wonderful discussion on the route to finance for creative business. We normally have that challenge of we are creatives, you know? Let me focus on my creativity, then I'll think about money, or money will follow. Now, can we marry these two worlds? I think that is our focus today, how we can position ourselves better for financing, make ourselves bankable as filmmakers. Will that mean that maybe you let go some of the elements? Because sometimes when you're starting off as a filmmaker, you're doing everything. You are doing the finances, the budgeting. At the same time, you are trying to be the creative director. I mean, is it time that we start specializing and say, I'm going to employ an accountant to handle my finances? Yeah, I'm going to get this person who is specialized and whatnot. So that will be our focus today. And right now, I want to introduce my panelists this morning. First of all, this gentleman, he has a raft of experience when it comes to matters media. I'd like to invite on stage Mr. And by the way, before I invite them, when they come, yeah, these guys, I'd like you guys to appreciate them, all right? Because they have sacrificed to be here and to share some of their knowledge. So when I call them up, wapigieni makofi, appreciate them as they come on board. So my first panelist is Julian Macharia, and Julian Macharia has spent most of his life in the content industry with experience in music, broadcast, content creation. Mpigeni makofi tafadhali. Yes, welcome on board. He's a partner at Well Made Strategy, where he helps organizations leverage strategic communications to achieve their goals. Thank you very much, Julian, for making time to be here with us. Now, my next panelist is Mr. Robert Makothe. Robert Monikinyaga, also known as Makothe, is the managing director of Umbrella Television Network, that is UTV. Karibu sana, Mr. Makothe. And he is the chairman of Drama, Music, Film, and Liturgy in SEK Diocese of Embu. He's a member, by the way, today is Easter, yeah? Since you are a member of the SEK Diocese, I'm pretty sure you'll give us some quotes here. He's also a member of the National Committee of the Association of Film Producing Education Institutions of Kenya, AFPEIK. What an acronym. And he's produced quite a number of films, almost 57 vernacular films. That's amazing, 27 films in Kiswahili and English, and 12 series in both vernacular and Kiswahili stroke English. So I appreciate this wonderful panelists of mine this morning. Gentlemen, I know Easter is here. I don't know initially. Ideally, Gillian, what will you be doing on such an Easter Friday?
Thanks, Robert. I'd definitely still be in my pajamas and trying to figure out what to do for the rest of the day. Yeah, just be at home.
Yeah, chilled, yeah?
Yep.
Family and whatnot. Mr. Robert, will you be in SEK Diocese Embu singing songs of Easter? What will you be doing?
Right now, I'd be in church, praising and worshiping.
Yeah, but we are here trying to discuss this issue of route to financing. And for starters, money is always an issue in everything. I've realized money is an issue in relationships. Now I come to, when I was young, I thought it wouldn't be an issue when I was in school like some of these guys. Then I grew up and I realized money is a big issue. Yeah, I have to budget, I have to, adulting is crazy. And now we come into our passions and we realize passions actually don't pay the bills per se. You have to think around it, how to make money from it. So for a person like me, I tried rapping one day and I realized this is not bankable for me. And here we are this morning, yeah? At least this is bankable. So let's talk route to financing. First of all, Robert, you have made a lot of vernacular films. Just talk to me about, 57 is a lot of films, by the way. Talk to me about, first of all, while you were making your first film, before you started shooting, did you think, I'm going to make money from this? And did you think how you're going to make money from it? Or was it just a passion that you decided, I'm going to make a film, then this money issue will sort itself?
Thank you very much. To be sincere, when I started making films, money was nowhere. I was not doing it for money. To me, it was like what we call the side hustle. I would see people on the screens, and I wished one day I should be on the screens. So you can see, my initial idea was to appear on the screens. But then, as I moved along, that's when you realized now there is money in this corner and this other corner. So initially it was nothing to do with money. But then another experience I've also realized from that, if you started looking for money, you'll never find it.
If you start looking for money, you'll never find it.
You'll never find it. Money comes. I don't know. I think when you chase money, money runs away. But when you do some other things, then money starts looking for you. That's exactly what happens. Because you have to build, for example, let me talk of the film industry, yeah? Mm-hmm. You have to build an empire. For me, to have 57 films, I spent a lot of my resources. Mm-hmm. But it is today, I earn from the same films now. But then, I never earned anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting. So, Jillian, passion precedes money, especially in a creative endeavor. For a creative, is it always important for you to have the financial element of this passion of yours? Or start off, as Mr. Robert says, start with passion, then money will start following you?
Yeah, that's a big question. What I would say, maybe onto your question around and even the subject route to financing, for me, what I would say, I think I've seen about 3 financing models for film or content specifically. And I think the first route is a route Robert has done, where it is self-financing. The second one is where you're commissioned to create content. So the assumption being you have the skill of making film or TV and someone hires you to do it for them, or even how you'd see a TV commercial. You have all these production houses. That's how they actually generate their income. Then a third one is where, depending on the content you want to make, someone finances you. So this would be either an organization or a donor, an NGO. So maybe you're doing a film around children's rights, you're doing a film around maybe safety, gender-based violence, whatever the case may be. In short, a content piece which probably people will not go to the cinema to go watch or watch on Netflix or YouTube and so on. So for me, I see about 3 categories. You have entertainment content, which we all know, your regular movie. You have knowledge-based content. So this could include the documentaries, Nat Geo, reality TV. It's because to me, I think we've in my opinion, nowadays I don't use the word film anymore, because before film was based on the technology, the 35mm film. But the truth is, it's what's on the film. So when you're watching a movie on YouTube, is it a film? I don't know, it's a stream now. You should call it a stream. So for me, I prefer to use the word content in general. So you have short form content, mid-term, long-term, in terms of length. Then you now have what is in the content. Are you doing a drama, a thriller? Is it a documentary? Is it investigative journalism? All that to me is one category, because audiences, when you pay for your Netflix, when you buy bundles for your YouTube, you don't say, I only want to watch documentaries. You just pay for content. So you might be watching a sports movie about Manchester City, or be watching a movie, the new Barbie, or a cartoon. To me, they're all one category. So what I'm leaning towards is this. For you to think about financing, and to what Robert has said, I actually don't think the issue of passion before money is unique to creative. Even business. You look at any business, great business that has begun, even if we talk of the greats, Steve Jobs did not make a computer because he wanted the world to be able to type. He was just passionate about technology. If we look locally, Equity Bank, it's just some people who said, can we start something? Then later on is when we are like, oh, you're genius, but no one talks about the rough years. So I think the point is that any venture you go into, creative or non, you must think a few steps ahead, because the reality, the bills are paid in hard currency. I wish you could pay Kenya Power with passion and tell them, if you know what I'm trying to do here, you'd give me space. The reality, the world needs resourcing. Yes. So the point is, it doesn't matter where it comes from, but definitely you need a plan. Okay. And there are some projects that will never get financing. And what I mean is they'll never generate their own money. For example, people who do expose, these documentaries and films you watch, they talk about oil industry, they talk about pharmaceuticals. No one will ever pay to watch it in the theater. So you have to have another model for that, because this is content that must come out, but it's not necessarily entertaining and catchy.
Okay. That's a lot, yeah, to process on. And I'd like us to break that down, because when we think about a route to financing, you've given these different models. One of the models that Mr. Robert started with is self-financing. So this is your financing your passion from your pocket. Maybe it can extend a little bit to family and friends. This idea na 5K hapa, I need to pay for the camera and whatnot. Let's look at that first of all. How do you effectively self-finance? Because I've seen people who've sacrificed in a way. They know they have this particular passion when it comes to filmmaking, but they understand it costs money. So the sacrifice they do is, I'll do this job, I have another job, I'll be saving from that, and once I accrue a particular amount of capital, I'll be able to go into investment. Robert, when you talk about self-financing, what was your approach, and is there an effective way of self-financing when it comes to content creation?
Thank you very much. When I started, for example, I self-financed myself. That was one way. And that's where you raid on the kitchen budget. Sometimes you draw on paying some bills so that you can finance yourself. Fortunately, that time when I started doing the films, that was 2004, I was a teacher. So I could sometimes have some budget from my salary. But it was also not very easy. Then there is this other aspect of, I looked at so many ways, self-financing. I started with having a team, group. You decide each one of us contributes, say, that time we were contributing about 2,000 shillings. But then the minute you have that content, who owns it? For example, I can remember that was 2006. We produced a very good film as a team. Kila mmoja wetu alikuwa ametoa kama 3,000. Then we have a very good film now. Where you have to sell it, and where do you sell it? Those days we were selling in the streets, in the DVDs. So you find among the team of 10, 2 are very aggressive in the market. Mtu anauza, kama mimi, I remember 2006 I was able to sell 5,000 DVDs at 100 shillings. Okay? In about 3 months. In the same team, there is another one who has sold about 500 copies only. In the same team, somebody has not sold anything. Now, when it comes now to sharing, the same person who has not sold anything is also expecting from you. And that's how I realized the team inakuzuia. Sababu mumeanza siasa ya pesa. Na yule analeta siasa sana hata ni yule anjui mambo ya kuuza. Unaona? So from there now I started shifting from the group financing. Nikaona nikiwa kivyangu, it is all mine. Unaelewa? So you run away from and even today I advise teams. Hata nasikia vijana wananipigia simu wananiambia tumeshikana, we about 20, tunataka kutengeneza film, na wauliza uwezi tengeneza kivyako because I knew. Lakini wanaona kama wanapuuza, but in the end wananiambia ile kitu tulitengeneza imeleta shida. Because kuna so many issues, So self financing is the best if you can. Then how do you do it? Because sometimes you can spend even 50 million to make a content, as is referring to it. Let's not call it film. You can use 50 million to create content. You have heard of content that has spent that. But at the same time, you can use 30,000 or less to make the same. So when you self-finance, you must think of the market. Where are you intending to take this film?
Okay.
So all you need to do is to simplify, simplicity in production. Because I can tell you for sure, the many films I've produced myself. I think it's just the other day, I started spending something close to 100 to produce a 2-hour thing. There is a way you approach it. Then there is the advantage of where I do it. Mimi ni mtu wa kufanyia mashinani. Unaona mashinani? You know advantage ya mashinani? Unlike in the urban environments, mashinani mtu anakuambia, Makoha, next time you're producing a film, si ukuje ufanyie kwangu hata nitawapikia. Unajua yeye anataka environment yake wanaiona kwa TV. So unaona that is free.
Yes.
Then the people in the rural areas, they are very good and passionate. Wanakuambia, mimi next time you are producing, niita mimi hata nitanjilipia transport. So these people, when you start giving them back, even if you give them 1,000 shillings for refund of, unaona, they appreciate. Because they did not start by looking at money also.
Okay.
So the financing, especially how you go around doing it in a very simple way, you'll do a lot. And then the same films that you produce, make sure that they are in very good quality. You know why? I know I have a film I made in 2009, and somebody bought it in 2020, this year of Corona, 2020. You can see something from 2008, and I was able to sell it at very good money. It seems, I made it a very simple way, very little cost, but I made a lot of money 10 years later.
Yes.
Something like that. So self-financing is usually the way to go, but get simple on that. Because you may go get a loan from a bank or anywhere. How, in the Kenyan market, how are you going to sell this content and get and pay? You see now?
I think we're going to discuss that later on.
Okay.
In regards to even how you make yourself bankable, which is interesting. But I love your approach. And I don't know, for those of us in the audience, there's somebody sitting next to you. Ask them, why were you in 2006 when Robert was selling the films, the 100, at 100 boba DVD, and you sold like 5,000? Where were you? Some of you were being born, 2006, that is how many years ago?
That is around 18 years ago.
18 years. I know majority of some of these guys were not yet born, imagine, So salute to the OGs, all right? All right. So, Gillian, still, before we take it a notch higher, because we understand a lot of people start with self-financing in the content game. Yesterday, I was talking about the barriers to entry when it comes to creating content. They have really been brought down. Today, with a good phone, you can produce something amazing, and people are doing amazing things at very minimum cost. because of how technology has changed. But when it comes to that aspect of self-financing, is there a way to go about it? Is there a diligent way that we've seen more success cases, unlike where people have self-financed and run dry after a while, or running on fumes after a while? Is there a particular approach when it comes to self-financing that we can take as filmmakers and content creators?
Yeah, I think the short answer is no. I don't think there is one way or any perfect formula. I think like anything else in life, it's a lot of trial and error. What I would say is, and I really like listening to what Robert is saying. So I think for me, in my experience, when I started creating content, I would want to say the first sort of financing I got was from my older sister. And the form of financing I got, I used to live with her. So she covered my rent and my food and gave me bus fare. That's all I needed at the time. You see, the skill I had. So I knew what I wanted to do. But when I compare with someone maybe who has to cover all those costs, you can imagine they have to have a day job. Me, I didn't. What I mean is that my first role, I was a studio engineer, but I was being paid very little money. But the reason I could keep doing it, I didn't have rent, food, fare to worry. So I could dedicate my entire Sunday to Sunday on it. So that was my initial financing. So what I want to bring about here, when you think of, and maybe let me change the word of financing, let's call it resourcing. Because sometimes it's not the cash you need. What you need is equipment and time. Equipment and time can solve a lot of problems. So for me, my early projects, I had access to a full studio. I had friends my age who also wanted to create something. So whoever owned the studio at the time, in fact, unfortunately, he passed on, Bruce Odhiambo, where I was working, allowed us to work. So he used to tell us, you finish my work, then if there's no client, you guys do whatever you want. So we had the equipment, we had the skill, so we had the resource. But I'm sure if I was to value the project, I would not have been able to raise the cash. So I think the first thing to think about, ask yourself, and I like what Robert has said, first, what do you want to produce? Every day I'm watching TikTok, I'm seeing very high quality content being done on the open streets, very simple. And I bet people are using basic phones and they're able to achieve. So it could be getting your family members to get you the basic equipment you need. Nowadays, I see ring lights for 2,000 bob. You can get a decent phone for 20K. But if you have a good story or idea, imagine people don't even notice the quality. That's something I've noticed. Over time, if your content is very engaging, somehow people will get past that. And once you have a captive audience, people will start approaching you and saying, I see you're trending. I've noticed everyone is watching you. I've noticed you have 1 million followers, 1 million likes. It is very easy now to come to a Robert and say, look, me, I have ideas. I did this with a phone. He will see and say, oh my God, this is a talent. Then he'll tell you, come. Now I'll give you the whatever barriers you have. So I think when you're starting out, talent is your currency initially. Talent is, we've all watched all these shows of X Factor, American Idols. When they go on stage, they don't even have fancy clothes, but what they have is they've perfected their voice. Once you're on that stage, you know doors start opening after that. Now for content, of course, it's different. When I look at a lot of local talent, talk of from the Eric Omondis, the Njugush, Mamito, all those folks, if you go back on their timelines, go watch the earlier videos. You can tell this was shot with a very basic phone. It was shot at home, possibly with a cousin, a brother, a sister. But over time, people started realizing you're on to something. So I think the first thing I would say is there's a lot of support around you before you actually need hard cash. Tap into that. And then the most important thing, ensure you actually have the talent. Many times we start looking for financing, but we actually don't have a good product. So are people interested in your content? If people are watching your content, your family are telling you, oh my God, next time we have a family function, you have to perform. You have to sing for us. Then you begin to realize there's something here. Tap into the existing platforms. I gained so much growing up from the church ecosystem. So I used to do a lot of stuff in my local church, in the youth group. And what would happen? You do performances, you do stuff, you film. People in the audience come and say, wow, you really entertain us. You're really good at this. How can we help? Make sure you have your list. Say, oh, I just need a smartphone. Oh, I just need help with a tripod. Oh, I just need help with the lights. And you begin to build. So to me, resource mobilization could include cash, if your family is able to support you. If not, just as Robert has said, someone is saying, me, I just want my house to be seen. Give me a scene. I just want to say I've ever done a movie. So the same creativity you apply to your content, think around how other people are doing the same.
Wow. So people are resources. Even before we reach the money, the hard currency, I mean, a friend can help you. I always use this example because I suffered so much on a film set. I was boom swinging, yeah? I was shaking, I was young, I was famished. And this guy tessers me, and I realized that I was part of that surrounding of filmmakers, and she was like, Noah, come and boom swing on my set. Now, initially, if you don't have a budget for that, I'll do it because I'm passionate. So how can we tap into the passion and the people around us to sort of help us achieve our dream and buy into this vision? I really like that. And I'm glad that you've touched on the issue of talent and content, because in the age where we are seeing so many people going into content creation and making it big, until we sit there in our couches and we're like, maybe I also have the same thing, And we convince ourselves, now I'm going to look for money to finance this. And maybe you don't have the content itself or the talent itself. Maybe let's piggyback slightly, Robert, in regards to how do you identify that this is a content that will, you're not looking at it from a perspective of I'm going to sell it per se, but it's a content that I'm willing to die on this hill doing. Because I've seen a lot of successes is like that. I'm willing to die on this hill doing this comedy, these short skits. I know right now I'm getting 12 views, but I'll keep at it. And in a few years, now you're getting 1 million views. So how do you identify what content and how do you remain on that space where you are willing to give it all for content, even before we move into maybe financing this particular passion, choosing of content?
Okay, before I get to that, I would also wish to talk of that beginning, that early beginning. As we make our content, where do you start? For example, who is this target person who is you're expecting to see your content? I remembered one thing that I focused on so much before we come to the question of identifying talent, is the immediate people around you. I think I can see very many young people here. The home environment should be the first catchment. That should be the first. Then the village. Then from the village, you go outside. Because that's why you see, I was talking about making about 57 films in my mother tongue. You get the base, And then there is this kind of research you do on what is it that people are like. Ama ni nini wanapenda sana, For example, in my environment, everything I did and the stories I made are the stories that resonate around the people. They see themselves in the story. So, any content that you make that resonates with the people. I remember the first films I made in my community. Sorry to those people who are from Mount Kenya. Women dominate. Wives, not women.
It's
wives.
very much.
I don't know whether you are married, I don't know whether you come from a community where your wife calls the shots at home. I don't know. I don't know whether, in my region, for example, I cannot just come and bring in a second wife. And in some communities, it is acceptable, for example. So when I brought a story related to such, now it stimulates what people don't talk about, For example, I started by being a man who is so much suppressed by the wife. And the women were very, very happy with the stories, because now this is it. Now he's talking on our behalf. You get it? And you know, the people who watch content so much are the young people and the women. The men are not there. So you'd find the women would call me, tell me when you're having this content on TV so that I make sure that my husband is there. You get the point? And the ladies would call. They tell me in church, we announced even in church, leo kuna sinema ya Makodhe, lakini kuna kile, unaona now that kind of appealing, because it rotates about them. And mmoja akaniambia, whenever your content is on the screen, my husband just goes to sleep. Why? He sees himself in the what? Now, that's a way of identifying. You know, good content is which resonates with the people, in which they see themselves. You get the point, eh? Then, people who are very busy in life, what is it that they would want to see at the end of the day to relieve themselves from what they have been going through? You get that kind of thing, eh? So, that is around where I've been moving around. For example, I can give a very simple example of content. I think now it has about 7 or 10 million views, eh? It's a content I have made with a young girl called Anita. Nani anajua vituko vya Anita? Si umeziona? Hebu inua mkono kama umeona, because I may be talking. That is very encouraging. If you go on the YouTube, you see viewership. Why? Because the content resonates around the people. So, identification, the research on what people want, what is it they want to see, how is it communicating to them? I think that is one of the simple way of identifying the best content. Okay. And then the other problem is you yourself, you must listen to yourself. You know, kuna wakati kila mtu alikuwa gospel singer. Wale watu wanaenda kwa kanisa wanasema, musisikize sauti, sikizeni ujumbe. Meaning you are not talented, eh? You must listen to yourself, understand yourself. Yes. Are you passionate? Is this thing in you? Ama ni kitu na force? Is this something in you or is something you are forcing? I can tell you, if you feel that you have it and you bring it out, God will take the rest and you'll go to where you want. Okay. I don't know whether I've answered your question.
Yeah, I think I'm glad you've brought out the issue of content identification and what resonates. Yeah. I mean, Julian, in that regard, especially we are in an age of trends. This age is quite interesting because what is happening today, tomorrow has totally shifted. And sometimes even as creatives, you feel like you are always running after something. I don't know whether there is that friction of remaining loyal to what you initially started with, vis-a-vis moving with the changes that are happening on the industry, and how do you navigate on that? Yeah,
I wish I also knew that question. I'd also be a superstar by now. But I can only say my observation. So there's something Robert said at the beginning, that if you start chasing money, you'll never make money. You know, if that's your intent. Though in that same breath, what I would say is, okay, let me construct, I think, what I'm trying to say. I think there is an element of, he talked about the target audience. So maybe the difference, and I think it's a very different experience for most of you who are much younger than Robert and I. When we were creating content those days, and I also want to touch on the issue of how do you know what's good or not, we didn't have social media then. So you just had to trust your gut instinct. And it was a lot of trial and error, where you'd make one piece of content, it tanks, no one is interested, then you make one. So in my experience, in fact, I used to joke with my colleagues those days, because I started my career doing music production. And I remember the tracks I would make or albums we produced, the ones I didn't like used to hit. The ones I liked never used to go anywhere. So I used to say, the one that doesn't work, invest in that one more. So it was like a counter sense check. And I never really got it right. So what I would say is that I think the difference now with social media, you get feedback faster. So in our days, you had to invest, do posters, distribute, market. Then you'll only know 6-7 months down the line that, oops, maybe it was not such a good idea. So I think when you're starting out, before you actually have a defined style or sound or brand, experiment. Some people are very clear from the onset on what they want to do. They are very clear on what they want to achieve, and then keep pursuing it. Because what I believe, the one thing you're really good at, if you become the best, like Robert said, eventually people will gravitate towards you. Because sometimes I say, you never know in life, maybe the reason you're different is you're the next revolution. You're going to be the game changer. But at the time, you always look like, whatever you're doing doesn't make sense. Nevertheless, as long as there is progress in terms of your audiences. So if you're producing content, you do one today, you do another one next month, next year, and more, and people are beginning to say, wow, I see where you're going, I see what you're doing, then you're on to something. But being unique does not mean you're good or different. Like there's a meme I saw yesterday, an axe for chopping firewood, but the blade is made of wood. So it's a wooden axe. So it's saying it's unique, but it's not useful, because it can't chop anything. So you have to be careful that your uniqueness is still practical and it's still useful to what people want to watch. The issue of trend chasing, it's very easy to trend. You just have to do shock factor or something dramatic. If that is your audience or that's the path you've taken, it's okay. You can do it. We know many celebrities around the world who use shock factor. They do very dramatic things, jump from a cliff. Some people use nudity. All that is part of the content industry. As long as you're okay with it, then you go down that path. So I think the big thing is you identify where you feel you're strongest. Then, like Robert said, yes, there's that initial talent, but talent has to be worked on. Even if you're quite good at handling a ball, doesn't mean tomorrow you'll be playing in the Premier League. It's a very long journey. And there are thousands of people as good as you. So I think for me, the beauty of being authentic as much as possible, being yourself, you're the only person like you. So it's very hard to replicate you. So the challenge of chasing other styles, other people, but it's part of the process. Before you find your style, you might have to imitate, replicate. Then over time, you'll begin to realize, I like this style. Like I have a friend of mine, Fakili Wali, who has started doing films in Kenya, and he's doing horrors. Kenyans generally have always shied from horrors and thrillers. But he said, nope, this is actually what I enjoy watching, so I'm going to start doing it. So right now, it's early days, but I have a feeling in a few years, because I'm sure we are many people who like watching horrors and thrillers. But in Africa, it's witchcraft. It's, it's not really a horror. We just want a horror and it ends. So he's starting to go into that space, a few people, because most movies have been love, weddings, normal family issues, but you have to think of your target audience. So if you're planning to go external beyond Kenya, very different plan. If you want to serve only Embu community, Coast, Kisumu, Somali, very different storyline. So you have to find where you want to play and then begin to understand what that audience enjoys more. And like Robert said, what stories resonate with them.
Okay, that's incredible. How many people would watch a Kenyan horror film here? Those are diehard horror fans, yeah? Me, I couldn't stand horror, especially when I was in high school. I think it used to be the second movie in Enter. So the first movie will be the normal one, Family is the best action film maybe. Then secondly now, Form 1s and 2s, go sleep, okay? Leave it with the big boys, Form 3s and 4s, and these ones are the ones who are watching horror. And now we are in therapy. All right, so moving on swiftly, Mr. Robert, so we've tackled the issue of self-financing. And the idea here is that you're growing. Your company, your filmmaking is growing. And when things grow, maybe you need to take it to a different level. First of all, is there another layer of financing? Because when you think about resourcing films, especially on the money end, we're thinking about banks. I don't know whether you have approached a SACCO and tell them, I want to make this film, and I need some money from you. So majority of them will laugh at you like, this is a passion project. Why should we give you $500,000 to do this? So have you, in your many years of experience, have you taken it to the next layer of funding What was that? Or have you maintained it on self-financing your projects?
Okay, that's a wonderful question, whether I have taken it to another level. But before I go to that, there is something Julian has mentioned. I won't wish to forget that.
Yes.
On the content, when you're making content, especially here in Kenya, there is one thing I imagine is unique in the way we make our content. After making the content in my local language, that is my Kiembo language, I went to Kiswahili and English. There is one thing I've insisted on. Unakuta wakati tunafanya auditions, unaambia watu aongee Kiingereza, inakuwa ni ile Kiingereza ya mzungu. I insist, if I make a story, na wewe umetoka Ukambani for example, lazima ukiongea tusikie Kikamba ndani ya Kiingereza chako. You know, that's the uniqueness in our content. And you know, there's a way it has helped us draw people from different areas. Kwa mfano, ukienda usimamishwa na askari kwa barabara, anakwambia simamisha hiyo ngali, huyo mtu unajua ametoka wapi. Right. If it's somebody from Nyanza, aseme, yani, we insist on localizing our content to a point whereby when we make content, to our content, Mukamba ata identify nayo, mtu wa kutoka Nyanza ata identify nayo, mtu wa Mount Kenya ata identify nayo. That is another way we have also tried to do it. Okay. So in our auditions, we make sure that we must hear your background in. Kama when we are town, there is no problem. Okay. Then you have talked about going to another level of financing. It is by coincidence, it was not a plan. Unajua kuna vile ulikuwa umepanga nitafinance, nikifika hapa nitafanya hivi. I discovered there is another way of earning from my content without necessarily getting it directly from the content. Let me give an example. When I started making films, content in my local language, I became very popular with the local population. So, what are the other side benefits? To start with, niliona from 2006 to around 2014, I was making a lot of money by being a master of ceremony in so many events. How did I become a master of ceremony? Because people know me from what? From acting, from creating content. You get that way? So that was another different way of financing. Now, the branding. After the many years of appearing on the screen, you become a brand somehow. So you find people paying you to push their product. So you see now that is another way of financing. So if you pay me, for example, to push your brand in the market, si oriente nimejifinance. Si hilo pesa imetoka, why have I become a brand? It's because of this. So, for up to this time, we have not thought of sourcing finances from outside. The team I have, for example, there is the Embu Film Makers Association. All of us, we have agreed in not necessarily getting finances from elsewhere, but getting it from within the work we do. Let me give you another very good example. As a film producer, right now, the high schools, the universities and colleges are making films for festival. Sikuna hii Kenya National Film Festival. There is a lot of money in that area if you are a producer. You go to a school, you negotiate with a principal. For that minutes film, you are paid about 200,000 shillings. If you make about 20 films between January and March, have you not self-financed yourself? So that's the kind of approach we are looking at it. And that's why you find when we come, for example, in the Embu area, the filmmakers from that area, we rely so much on self-financing, but differently now, not from your pocket. You do work, then you have money. And that's why we are able now to make content. And this content, you can push it either in YouTube, you can push it into the few TV stations that are buying. You see now you are self-financing. Okay. So that's the way we have approached. Because the greatest mistake I believe up to this time you can make is, for example, go get some 500,000 to make content. How will you, in the Kenyan market, let's look at it as it is. Kama huna bahati. Unajua nilikuwa na bahati sijui ni mwaka jana. kuna mtu alichukua filamu yangu na akanilipa a lot of money.
Yes.
Unaona? Hiyo ni kuangukia. So where else would when do you take content in Kenya? Let's be sincere.
All right.
Hakuna. So lazima ufikirie how to be self-sustaining in the industry.
Okay.
And it is very easy.
Okay.
That one I can assure it's very easy.
That's incredible. So looking at the different channels that you can and riding, you know, even popularity itself, some of
Yes.
these opportunities that do come.
Yeah.
Mr. Julian, I mean, while we were chatting backstage, you of the idea of specialization. As a filmmaker, I don't have to always think about where the money, how the money is being handled. Like, it reaches a level where I can focus on the craft. And I'm very confident that somebody else is focusing on the finances and whatnot. So this brings in the question. First of all, where does that come in? Can it come in from the onset, or when you've laid the foundation, you are growing, now you establish this specialization, and with those structures, does it give you an advantage to better position yourself on matters resource mobilization?
Yeah. So I think let me answer it in two parts. Maybe the first one is based on the question you asked, Robert, around formal financing. What I would say is that even beyond banks, anyone, and maybe I can ask the audience, do you lend money to someone who doesn't pay other people's debts? If you've had Noah rarely pays, would you give that person a loan or lend them money? So that's how institutions process. They want evidence that you're able to pay back, because they are using in fact, especially banks, it's not even their money. It's depositors' money. So there are so many rules and regulations around that. But even if you got a private investor, family member or someone who is passionate, remember they hope to get their initial amount back and possibly a profit on top. So when you're doing, for those who maybe are not starting out, you maybe already have an established organization, a key thing is to keep good records, good financial records and good financial models. Because what happens when you're being given a loan is a promise of performance in the future. What I mean is, if I sell 100 chapatis a day, I own a coffee shop or a cafe, I'm a kibanda, I sell 100 every day. Then I go to a bank, I tell them, you know, every day I sell 100, but I chase away 50 customers who want to buy another 50 chapatis. The reason being I only have one cooker. But I can't afford to buy a cooker because all the cash I make every day is just enough to pay salaries, mafuta, pay, and cook. So if you gave me a loan to buy another cooker, now I can make double the amount of chapos. So the banker will say, prove to me you sell 100, prove to me you chase away 50. Then you'll show your receipts and show, look, the last 1 year I've been selling 100. Now you'll tell them, in fact, with 2 cookers, I can now make 200. So the person giving the money has some assurance. Anything, someone investing or giving you money is looking for assurance. That's all they're interested in, unless it's a family member. If it's an uncle, a parent, them, even if you don't pay, you're still their child. So if you have a well-abled parent who is ready to support you. So record keeping is very important. Banks, institutions, investors look at past performance to predict the future. So if you don't have good records, and that's why it's so hard to get financing when you're starting, because you've not proved your ability. Like now, listening to Robert, I think I want to talk to him after this and say, can I invest? Because already, if he's done 57, it's telling me at least he knows how to create content, he knows how to sell it. So now in my mind, I'll think, can I open you to new markets? So I already have a winning idea. If you're an athlete, if I may use an example, you have to have won your district champions, county, national, then I can say, let's take you to Boston Marathon. I think you have something. But for me to pay for your flight, I need to have seen proof of concept. So the reason why sometimes you struggle to raise money, you don't have a proof of concept. You've not shown evidence that what you're talking about can actually work. And that's the beauty of what social media has opened for us. You can make a simple piece of content, push it out there for yourself, and come back and tell me, look, hey, I have this. Like the other day, I was online yesterday, and I was seeing this lady who I find very interesting, Aziad, the personality. I remember the first video that broke her out, and she just used to do dance videos on TikTok. But like Robert is saying now, I was going through her timeline because she was trending, so I was curious, why is she trending again? And I was seeing her videos. For every, maybe she'll do one video dancing, the other 5, she's talking about a salon, I don't know which bank service, I don't know which dry cleaner, I don't know this. Then she does a video content. She's a radio presenter on Sound City. Now, she's generating so much income from that initial thing. But I bet when she was doing the TikTok videos, maybe she was just doing it because she enjoyed. I don't think she had a plan. I'm going to do dance videos, then after that, no. But also, she's prepared and she's organized herself to do business. Right now, if Azia had approached me and said, okay, now I want to do a film, I will not be too scared. Because when I look at her followers, I'm thinking, hey, you alone, you already have like 5 million people watching you daily. So even me, my product or content will be seen. So I think that's how to look at it. Now, to the second point around filmmakers and financing, I always see, and as you begin to, for those of you, especially students and getting into the industry, on a film project, and I'm sure Robert will speak more about it, you can have, there are projects I've done where there are over 200 people on set, but on screen are 20. Can see that? Like 10% are in front of the lens, the other 90% are behind. So, number one, being in the film industry does not mean you are the actor or actress. It's not that only. There are very many skill sets required and very many different types of talent. The people who've done this stage, I'm sure it looks beautiful, right? There's someone who's done this, set designer. There's the person who's actually built it. So there are carpenters who specifically specialize in set design. There are people who specialize in art direction. So maybe you're a painter. It doesn't mean you want to act, but you need to paint background scenes. There's been a car accident. You need to make it look like a car accident. Someone has been shot. It needs to look like blood. There are people who do makeup specifically for film, especially the horrors I like. Those guys are like legends.
Exactly.
Because you've seen science fiction movies, you see monsters, and you're like, how did they do this? How do they age someone? So that person is still in the film industry. So I think what I'm saying, it doesn't mean you have to do all roles in the film industry. If you're a storyteller, perfect your writing, perfect how you construct storylines, then look for people who want to act, look for people who want to do photography and shooting, look for people who want to do sound. I came from the music background, so right now in film, what I do is something called music scoring and sound design. I'm not interested in acting, but I sit with the director, I tell them, this scene is not working, change here. So I'm so involved in the process, but you'll never see me, but I'm very involved in the final production. Then behind all of that, we have accountants. So if you love numbers, it's not a must you go back for a bank. You can work on a film production set and run the numbers for them. There's someone else who does the financing. There are people, especially the executive producers, some of them have no creative bone, but they have an eye for good stories, an eye for good content. And they come from a background sometimes of banking, from investment, and they're the ones who seek financing. Another person is talking to the Netflixes of this world, Citizen TV, closing deals. You need lawyers to sort out rights, who owns what, make sure the contracts are watertight. So when we are thinking of film, don't limit yourself, all of us, that I must be the director, I must be the starring. If you are multi-talented, well and good, but I want to remind you, every time you watch a movie, just look at the credits. Most of us stop, scroll, they run for like 10 minutes. There are numerous roles and opportunities behind there. So if you feel you're not good at negotiating, at looking for financial opportunities, it's okay. You focus on the area you're really good at. Look for someone who is good at doing that. It's not a must you crack how to do set design, location scouting, scripting, performance, editing. Very few, those are unique people who can do end to end. But majority of people, find your area, be very good at it. You'll find other people who are just as good in their area. And that's how you make the team work.
That's incredible. And I'm glad you've mentioned a very familiar example with Aziad, because even while she was going through this phase of trending initially from the dance, shortly, I realized she got a team. I think Peter Kawa, who's also one of the big, filmmakers in the country, was part of the team behind her. And I remember they released even the red card for ASIAD. And everyone was talking about it. I don't want to do a post. This is how much it costs. And we've seen that with the likes of Crazy Kenna. These guys have teams behind them so that they are able to focus on creatively executing, but somebody's thinking about, okay, who can we partner with? I think that's a good way to approach it in regards to space.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing. I think we all know Terrence, the creative. So he was always doing these funny comedy things. Then he did the Wash series.
Yeah.
And it was very elaborate. But if you looked keenly, the cars, you could see they were labeled something motors. The hotel, they show the hotel sign. So those are other ways, peripheral ways of making money, and that's called basically product placement. So like Robert, now once you've built a brand, you're able to tell people, because I know everything I produce has over 2 million viewers, you're able to do that. And it is used around the world. When you're watching a movie, when you see in a movie, this cool guy, spy comes and enters a Mercedes have paid. They could have been in a BMW. The car doesn't matter. They just needed a car for the scene. But when they're scripting, they actually plan for revenue opportunities. So the phone the person is using. I don't know, do you remember, now I have to keep age checking. Did you guys watch a series called 24?
24?
24, a series? Some people, yeah. Anyway, those are very popular series. It's there, you can find, just called 24. It had a lead character called Jack Bauer. And I later learned, so Jack Bauer used to use a Samsung phone. I think Samsung paid like $10 million. And it's only later I noticed everyone in the series used to use Samsung, which is abnormal. The whole world, we can't all use Samsung.
Yeah.
All the laptops were Sony. All the cars were Ford. And here they all paid. So you find before you start production, you've covered almost 60% of your production cost. And the beauty, they don't have any rights to the film. What you're guaranteeing them is saying, when this film is popular, when this series is popular, everyone will be seeing this product. And sure enough, those companies will tell you, since the series went live, our sales started going up. Okay. Now that is a case study. Now the next time they want to produce something, they can tell them, Ford sold an additional 100,000 cars. So now we are going to charge you $100 million because it's going to come back. But you've proved yourself that. And that's why you notice Steven Terrence, the first Wash, he self-financed. But if you look at the other ones, you can begin to see aerial shots. Yes. I don't know, the helicopter to Naivasha. You can see the shift because everyone was talking about it.
Definitely.
Yep.
Robert, I'm glad that has been mentioned. And I'm glad some of the people we're calling you in their homes. You're partnering with these hotels because businesses are yearning to partner with a space where there is potential. Yeah. Now, talk to me in regards to especially creators' rights, because you've mentioned something unique that I really like. You can create content today, good content, maybe make some money, you know, you can recoup your money, and that's it, maybe make a little bit extra. But there is the element of longevity, yeah? 10 years down the line, your content can still be bought, as you said, you've made a lot of money recently, you're boiling, yeah? So speak to Robert after this. But in regards to some of those basics that every creator should have in regards to ownership, because a lot of creators cry after, even musicians. Yeah. Oh, I was in this label. Oh, I didn't know the paperwork. I'm being told the song does not belong to me, and that is my voice. What are some of those things that, as a filmmaker, as a creator, you should be very keen to be able to own your product?
Yeah, you see, that one has been a big challenge to us because tulianza kienyeji. Sasa unakuta 10 years down the line, kuna wale watu pengine mlimfanya content na wao, saa hii wanaona umeinuka. Mostly Julie and many people say, ni sisi tulikupeleka wapi? So they come back to you. Mm-hmm. So it is usually advisable to have some kind of contract with whoever you engage. Sisi mwanzoni tulianza kienyeji. We did not have to have contracts for what? If anything, we never knew our content will be across the borders. Unajua tu kujua. But today somebody tells me, I'm in America, ninanji watch. Na mulifanya kitu na ya 2000. Unajua already your content is umeirusha na anaiona. So it is usually very advisable first of all, patent your work and make sure that you have the copyright for your work. Make sure the people you are working with, you have some kind of written agreements, because you never know. You never know what may happen. That one is very crucial. And I've found it in some people to date. They come to me. They tell me, you should give us something. You know, but again, we do not have any agreement at that time. Eh?
Yes.
So it's very crucial that you have some kind of arrangement, because you never know hii kazi itasimamia wapi.
Yes.
Unjui itasimamia wapi. And we sometimes get to, because of the same way he is talking about financing, sababu ulipata finances, ama mtu alikuambia kuja utumie nyumba yangu, unajua anaweza rudi pia. Si anaweza rudi.
Yes.
So even the people who give you location, the people who offer these other services, kuna wale nilisema wanakuambia, mimi I want to participate, I just want to be seen on the script, on the screen. Ama I want just to be seen as part of the characters. That kind of person, as much as anajisemea na mdomo wake ati yeye hataki kuuliza kitu, wacha andike
contract.
Yes, it's because the world is changing.
Yes.
The world has changed. So much has changed. When we were doing content to start with in 2004, 2005, you know, we were looking at that content as for the local consumption. But today, that good content which has survived the 20 years is now everywhere, you see? So it's undivisible. You have to have that kind of contract. You don't just take things just like that. You can find your very good work has just gone.
Yes.
Alternatively, hiyo kazi yako ukute ni ya mtu mwingine.
Yeah.
And it happens.
I know.
So it's undivisible to have people work. Don't just, and that's why he was talking about this industry, iko na washikandau wengi sana. Lawyers have to be involved. Accountants, as he's talking about. Unajua mambo mengine hata mimi naona vile tulianza pale 2005. I wish we involved accountants wangetusaidia on projections and knowing how to. Sisi ni kupata pesa tu unakula. Unajua hata una mpango.
Yeah.
Ukanaona, then much later you unaona there is a lot that got wasted along the way. So you have to be professional. As we move on, we are no longer where we are.
Okay.
Now we are doing things differently.
Okay.
Those days, I have said content was in DVDs and CDs. Today, you cannot have content on those gadgets. Today is different. So I think you have to keep on updating and upgrading.
Yes.
As things are moving.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Gillian, I know of people who did a single role on the Lion King, for example. And that person, till today, they're getting something from that content, the residuals. Now we come to Kenya, you shot something with a particular brand, you're paid your 10 Gs per episode. You didn't know, you were happy to be on TV. Then you see reruns, you start asking, okay, are we going to get something? Because I'm seeing myself on TV. In regards to understanding your right, and this, I know it touches more on on-screen talent because they are the more vocal ones, but everyone sort of can have a stake in a creative endeavor. What are some of these rights that, before you engage yourself, at least to position yourself better, even as a creator, you should lay those foundations so that people are able to secure as the film gets successful? There is also a direct correlation. We can see more money and people's lives changing, because I think that's the bottom line, even as we work on some of these projects, that people's lives are changing as we grow. So how do you ensure, what are those rights that creatives should be very keen on?
Okay, that's a good question. First, the short answer is it's not... I don't use the word a right, because it's not really a right in terms of like a human right, like it's compulsory.
Yes.
The reality is that with content is more, it's a negotiation. So it is not automatic that maybe I should explain what residual is. Maybe we should, maybe we've gone too technical. So the thinking is building on what Robert has said. you did a film today, you had fun, local, you did a film in the village, you released it. Then the film grows and grows one day, maybe when it goes to Hollywood. And then you hear one day Robert has been approached by CNN and they've purchased the movie for $10 million. Then you're remembering, I only got lunch and fare and I'm the star of the movie. So you're thinking, how is that? And I think even in Kenya that has happened. And in fact, I think it was actually, there's a movie that was nominated for an Oscar. I don't say the movie, but if you Google,
Yes.
and people were flown to the US, it was such a nice thing, and then they were flown back. And the movie went on to win awards, the directors got more contracts, and they were saying, we want a piece of that action. Now, so there are two general models when you're signing contracts, and yes to everything Robert says, have an agreement. Even if you handwrite, let someone sign, file it, yeah? It will save you later. So there are two main ways of working on any creative endeavor. There is a concept called work for hire. Work for hire is like a salary. I pay you and we shake hands, you do the job and I leave. Then the other one is where you now come in sort of as a partner almost, as a shareholder. Now the two instances that occurs, number one, is when maybe the person who wants to create the content with you cannot afford to pay you. So they tell you, look, this thing, it's an experiment. I don't know where it will go. Come in as a partner, but still have an arrangement where you say, if you did this job, I would have paid you 100,000. So now, because I'm not going to pay you, I'll repay you with 5% of the earnings from the film. That could be an example. So you sign an agreement. So what you're doing is you're saying, let's come together. We feel this idea is really good. If it makes money, we all make. If it doesn't make money, it's fine. We were happy to have done it. Then there's a work for hire where I ask you, Noah, I want you to be the star of this film, and you sign a contract. Now the detailing is in the contract. So some of the things to look out for is how long is that? So for film is a bit different. Usually for television commercials or radio commercials or billboards, you can set a time limit and say, I'm giving you the permission to use my image, my everything for the next 3 years. But there is on film, they can't put it. Once it's in the public, you can't recall it. You know, an advert, someone has to pay for advertising. So it's a conscious decision to put it out there. Or even if they put it on YouTube, say Safaricom had to put an advert, they can also take it out. I mean, they control the back end. But when you release a film, once it's on TV, it's gone. It could be in Japan, for all we know. So there are some reasonable kind of clauses to look out for. However, if you're hungry and you need the money, someone will tell you, sign off all your rights. And it can happen. And many of us have done it. So it is for you to weigh and ask, do I want to do this? So the trade-off is, let me give an example. If today I'm thinking, who is the biggest producer now? Maybe Michael Bay, the guy who does Transformers movies. If he approached me and said, Julian, I want you to act in my film, but you release all your rights to me, I'll even do it for $10. Because I know once I'm in a Michael Bay movie, it's going to be global. After now the second movie is where I'll make money. You understand? So sometimes you forgo some opportunities early, chasing the bigger one. Because I've also seen talent who are so complicated when they're signing the initial rights, no one ever wants to work with them. So a case in point is, there's this actor, some of you may know, he's called Keanu Reeves. And there's a movie he did called The Matrix. He had been acting for many years before that. He was an A-list actor. But when they were working on the production of the movie The Matrix, what happened is they ran out of money. And the studio that was financing them said, no more, find a way. So he said, do this, we must finish this film. It's so good, we must finish. He said, cut my salary. Whatever you're going to pay me, which I think was like $20 million, put it in the production set. But before that, he signed an arrangement that I will now be a shareholder of the Matrix franchise.
Okay.
He did the film, finished. Like he said, wakaangukia. The movie made like $1 billion. After the movie came out, they made a cartoon. After the cartoon, they made a video game. After a video game, now you can buy characters. So Keanu Reeves has probably made maybe $400-500 million from that one project. In fact, well, this is a weird thing. He doesn't even have a house. He lives in hotels only. That's how wealthy he is. He said he's not interested in, he loves staying in hotels. But he's making so much money from that one project. But he also took the risk. Remember, if he since he kind of gave them He invested in the film. If the film went sideways, he would not have any claim.
Yes.
So the residual model is nice, but it works both ways. In theory, also if the movie does not do well, technically, people should come to you and say, we still have a debt you need to pay. Because now you're a fellow investor.
Yes.
So residuals is a tricky thing. For me, when you're starting out, I think simply sign work for hire, shake hands, malizana, because there's no guarantee the movie will do well. But if you're approached by a big studio, Disney, Sony, you know they have no bad films. That movie is going to launch your career. We saw what happened with Lupita Nyong'o. She just needed to do feature in one film. After that, her life has turned. So when you have a big name, a big brand, that's when you can demand residuals. The concept of residuals is saying there are people who will come to watch this movie because I'm in it. But Julian, who is unknown as an actor, I cannot demand that upfront. Very, very difficult. So remember, it is business. So it's a negotiation.
Definitely. Yeah. So know where you are playing, know your lane, first of all.
Exactly. And what do you want to get? Do you want this to launch your career? Do you feel you've arrived and you want to get money? And there's some story or content when you see, you can tell this thing is going to be big. So you can tell them, it's okay, pay me less, just give me 1% and take a risk.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's incredible. Mr. Director, how much time do we have? My timing screen is off, and I can see here we 23 past 11. I'd like to open up to the audience for question and answer. So I don't know who has a question. If you have a question, you'll just raise your hand. You'll be given a microphone. You'll stand up first of all. You'll be given a microphone. Introduce yourself. And be very specific in your question to who you're directing. Keep it brief, okay? We don't want a history where you were born and where you are heading in future. Just straight to the question. So I see a hand here. Who else has a question? I see a hand back there. There's another one here. So 2 here. Can we start? Do I have somebody on the floor or should I come down? All right. Okay. Lovely. I'm going to help you with that. Asanteni sana. Let me begin with this young man.
Yes, my name is Richmond from the Alliance High School. I had a question directed to Julian. It is, how can a creative who is independent without any base or any brand make actual bank, say before completing university or something? Yes.
Thank you very much. There is a gentleman here, then I'll hand it over to you.
My name is Morgan Muhoro from the Alliance High School, and my question is, perhaps you're a small-scale indie film producer or content creator, and someone steals your content, but you did not have it copyrighted. What is the best way to protect yourself from future losses such as those? Thank you.
All right, that's the second one. We can pick a third one. We respond to that first draft, then maybe pick the second round, then we close. Third question.
Thank you so much. My name is Evans from Zitech University, and I'll base my question on Robert Makode. Since I've been watching the films that you have been producing, as a person who is starting and you're really want to engage in having to start up like a company or something in film, but you said you went away from the group. How can you start on your own? Basically, you know that maybe you are a best scriptwriter and you are a producer, but you don't have that ability to have the other things, characters, and you don't have that finance to get the other characters from outside. How can you be able to tell that person who is starting such a place to be able to cater for herself or himself in that type of a place?
All right, thank you very much. We can respond to those, please. Starting with
okay. Let me start with the easy one on copyright. The one for making bank, it's an interesting one. So for copyright, now, maybe let me ask, what content had you made? Is it on video or had you made it yet? I think you talked about how to protect in case you've made and then someone is claiming ownership.
I'm just planning on future development.
Future. Okay, cool. So, and then I'll touch on both for if you've not created it and if you have and you've experienced that. So the beauty of copyright law in Kenya, even if you've not registered it, copyright still is valid. It doesn't matter, they don't look at when you registered it, as long as you can prove it is yours. So if you make content or create something, write a script, whatever it is, even if it's in your house, 10 years later, you never lose copyright. That copyright is yours. Now, the catch is proving it is yours. So that's why now, fortunately, so in our days, I don't know if Robert had that, but for me, because I started from the music side, copyright was very difficult to prove those days. So what we used to do, a very kind of Joakali way, when we would make something, we used to send, you all know posta. I know many of you don't use the post office, but post office has some benefits. There is something in the post office called registered mail. Registered mail. It costs a bit more, so it's like sending a letter. But what we used to do, we used to send ourselves the content. You address it to yourself, but you never go collect it. So when the post office calls you, when you pay for registered mail, you pay a premium, and then they give you a receipt, and the rule is you're the only one who can go receive it. So you would just leave it at the post office. The post office has the best vaults and safes. So if someone's challenges, if it's yours, you tell them, I produced it in 1999, and I can prove it. So when you go to court, you actually go to court and say, this is a sealed envelope, play it back. And they would break the seal and play it in court. Then, and it's signed the date of dispatch. That's how you used to prove long ago. Very difficult. Now, fortunately, with digital technology, everything has changed. So every time you create a digital product, there's something on the background called metadata. So if given to a technical person, it shows, and a simple way, if you ever use a computer, if you create a document, there's a place written, date created, date modified. If you click on those things, it'll even show you which machine created it. So that's what the court uses. So if Robert claims he made the film, me, when I bring my tape, when they check the metadata, it will show this was actually created in the year 2000. His was 2004. So it will show, and it will even show if this is the original file and his is a copy. But of course, that's when you're in the big leagues and you're in court and you're haggling over that. The easiest way, immediately you create content, go and register it. So there's, in Kenya, we have something called Kenya Copyright Board, KECOBO. They're online and you don't have to go to the offices. You go to the website, upload your content, pay a small fee, it's not a lot of money, and that's it, and it's copyright forever.
All right.
The whole world over. So that's in principle, every time you produce. And when you're uploading that content, it asks you to say who are the owners of the content. So this is a time where you need to have this conversation. So if you're doing something in school with your friends, when you're registering the song or the content, make sure you capture their names. If you don't, they can take you to court. It may take long, but of course there is evidence of that. So that's the key thing around copyright. Nowadays, it's very easy to register, unlike long ago. And you can register scripts, you can register music, screenplay, video content. Actually, even dance, you can copyright a dance move, by the way. Yeah, but you have to film it. So you can't say, I'm the one who invented that dance. You have to film yourself dancing the move, then copyright it. So that if someone else does the dance, you can sue them. And some people are making good money on TikTok from suing.
Really?
Yeah. You can actually copyright a dance move. It's considered a creative product.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
There are these guys who, you know the three guys? Those guys who go like this. They should have copyrighted that because it's just gone viral, but I think they're more generous.
Asante sana. There is this gentleman from ZTech. You are asking, you have ideas. How do you start from nothing? Because I also started from nothing, it is possible. These days, technology has changed. Even with just the ordinary cell phone, you can start creating content. These days, there is this environment where you can post your work. You can even start seeing how people are responding to it. That one tells you whether you can borrow money from your parent. These days, if you throw something on YouTube, you can see the reaction. Then, I can also promise you, because of what I went through in starting, I promised anybody who wishes to start, I provide you with the basic logistics. Kama ni makamera, kama ni mtu ya kukusaidia. When you make something now, start from there. But first of all, assess yourself. Imagine, are you aiming of something very big? ndio isikue ni one day wonder. Unajua kuna wale watu wanatengeneza kitu hapo inaishia hapo. We assist. That one I can promise you we assist. But there are so many ways of having content created using the just available resources. As a student, I know you have parents. The same parents, you can save the little that they give you. Naelewa? Usiangalia in a big way. Start in a very small way. That way I can assure you, utaenda mbali. Na usitengeneze kitu ukitarajia hit immediately. Give yourself time. It has taken me 20 years to be where I am. So even don't get discouraged the first year unatengeneza kitu inakaa shoddy. Hata mimi ile nilitengeneza 2004 ukinichapa siwezi kukupatia leo. It was shoddy. But today I'm proud of where I started.
Yes.
You know, I look at it and even wonder, but I know it is what has propelled me to where I am. Because if I am decided to go training, get resources, ingepotelea hapo na kazi haieleweki, but experience will take you. But you can talk to us.
All right.
We know how to assist.
There's another question here.
Yeah.
William?
So the question on making bank at the, all of you are saying the Alliance, eh? Mko na hiyo ugonjwa kama the University of Nairobi.
Yeah.
So how to make the bank when you're in high school? What I would say is, well, it's tricky. It's a business like any other. I don't think there's any formula, but I think it's at this stage for you, I think I would say is perfect your skill. And like Robert is saying, start experimenting. So can you do something interesting in school? I want to give you a short story. So the first business I ever started, I started it when I was in Form 1. And my business was in high school. I was in boarding. So I don't know, do you guys still take hot power, cold power? Is it still a thing? Hot chocolate in the evening? Hey,
it's not good. It's not good for mental health, that one.
So in our days,
Yeah.
we had something called hot power and cold power. You had to make your own chocolate and at night because, of course, you're young and hungry. And then we used to, because, of course, especially during the term, you ran out of shopping, what you came with. So there are biscuits called Britannia. I think those are still there.
Yeah.
Anyway, long and short, each biscuit we used to sell at 1 shilling. That's how we used to sell. So a box used to come with 343 pieces of biscuits, and each was a shilling. But at the shop, when you buy wholesale, you buy it at 170 bob. So I used to buy a box of 170, sell it for 340 because I sell a biscuit each. That's how I started my first business. It went very well until the government locked us down. But I was making good money and I'd employed about 7 students. So I used to buy 7 boxes, give every box to a dorm. They sell. So that's how I started making my money. But the point here is this: I started understanding how business works. I started understanding how commerce works, how stocking works. So when you're thinking business, you must start doing trading on something. So even if you're in school, is there something you can do during the holidays? And the reason I say that, not all of us have a propensity for business. Business is complex stuff. So you need to understand. And that's why I said earlier, am I a business person? Am I the creator? Am I the talent? If you're the talent, start producing plays in school. Present them to your fellow students. Assembly, at entertainment. You'll begin to know. The school I went to a very to Dagoretti High School. And when I was there, KJ of Ridiculous was a student. We had Mdomo Bagi. Waire was my desk mate. I had so much talent in my school, but when we were there, we didn't know. We were just having fun. Where he used to go sing. Some days he sings nicely. Some days he doesn't sing badly. Some days KJ, the comedian, who is now an MP, would go. He cracks some jokes. Some days they don't work. But by the time we were leaving high school, and do you remember, for those of you who may know, KJ, before he actually started Ridiculous, was an editorial cartoonist in the Standard. You know, the cartoons, he used to draw them. But in high school, he had a magazine, and he used to sell it. So in short, if you have an idea, start testing it now. If you can't crack it in boarding amongst your friends, highly unlikely it will work out there. Yeah. For me, I started my career in music. I was already working in music studios when I was in Form 2. Every time I would close for the holidays, I used to go and camp outside a studio. From morning till evening. There are days they would allow me inside, other days they'll say, today you can't enter. But by the time I was finishing Form 4, I could run a studio session on my own. But at the time, I was not chasing money. I needed the skill Once I had the skill, now people started hiring me. My fellow age mates, they would say, hey, we want to do a project. I know you can produce. Can you produce for us? Yeah. How much? I'll charge you 500 bob. That was a lot of money then. And then that's the same money I bought my first keyboard, bought my first computer. So the reality is when you're making bank, unlike markets like the US, Europe, where if you're talented, someone just approaches you and signs you on. In Kenya, you have to do quite a bit of the heavy lifting. Also, you've seen programs like Tahidi High. There are a lot of shows, Machachari, where you find young people acting and performing. That's another way to get involved. Just the way Robert is saying, if you have talent, watch TV, check who is that production house at the end, approach them. That's how you start your journey. You just have to build your brand or develop your skills. That's
Julian,
what will unlock for you.
Julian, because I can see most of your audience are students. Now, wengine wanauliza, how do you start making money or saving money? I would advise wanafunzi wale mko hapa, the greatest, the first place where you can do your first business is in your homes. I know I have a son who made a lot of money from me. Tulikuwa tunaalika mtu afanye kazi nyumbani, ananiambia daddy, si huyo mtu akae mimi nifanye hiyo kazi. You know, you will find yourself paying double. So ni kweli. So it's about creativity. Everything is about creativity. Wengine wenu mnaenda likizo and you don't even get creative. You know, you start getting creative even in the way you make money at home. Si ni kweli? Mama anaita fua nguo na uko hapo na shule unafua. Why can't the mother pay you? You know, we start saving and planning early.
Yes.
Makosa ni vile tuna save pesa alafu tunafikiria namna ya kukula, kutumia. Start thinking. Start with the home environment. It will provide. And you start. And when you start sharing with your parents your dream, you find them financing, because in the first place they see you very cooperative and creative.
Yes, definitely. So, unfortunately, our time is up. But I think we've had a good discussion. Hopefully, we build on this. Some of the advice here, especially to the young ones who are still in school, please take this thing seriously. They can't change your life. But thank you very much to my panelists. Help me appreciate Mr. Julian Macharia, who is a partner at WellMed Strategy, and Mr. Robert Makothe, who is the Managing Director, Umbrella Television Network. Wapigeni makofi tena. All right, that's it for panel, first panel right here at the 7th edition of Kalasha International Film and TV Market. My name is Noah Kipkemboi. I've been your moderator, and that's it. You can tell your neighbor congratulations for finishing the first panel. All right? Welcome. Are we still posing for a photo? I like those ones. You see the way we've tried dress up. Today, ideally, we will be in our pajamas since it's Easter. But here we are. So we can just pose. Thank you very much. Where is the photographer to document this panel? We will have a representative from the Alliance. No. Alliance and UN people. We appreciate you guys. All right. So you're supposed to smile? What do we say? 6. 6 brings out the smile. Okay. All right, thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to our MC, Jeff Mote. Please, the floor is yours. Asanteni once again.
Thank you so. 1, 2. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Noah and the panel. Tackling that issue of the route to finance. And I like how they really summed it up, that we don't have to wait until that time to memaliza Form 4. Now you're out to think about how you can make your money. Right now, the holidays are there. Mshaambiwa. Whatever you're doing in school for free, how about you do that at home for a price? You already have the experience. You can make it happen. That's how you start your small route to finance. First steps right there. At this point in time, before we get into the next panel discussion, a lot has happened. You know, we've learned a lot, we've networked, we've shared, we've gone through the booths and seen what's happening there. But there's also a lot of heart in this, because when you talk about passion, it's not only passion for the craft, it's for society, it's for what's happening around you, because that really is what we do every single day. We are telling stories of what's happening around us. And there's a very powerful story that took place last 2 days while we were here. And I wouldn't do justice telling that particular story. What I will do at this point in time is call on my friend Vanessa Buthelezi to tell us that particular story on what happened. She jetted in, had no idea what would happen when she was here, but that's the amazing power of storytelling. So a round of applause for Vanessa as she comes on stage.
Do I stand or do I sit? Good morning, everyone. So I've been a friend of Kalasha and panelist for.
Karibuni sana and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market, Festival and Awards 2024. We have the market where we discuss the business end of film and TV, how it actually makes money, makes sense. We're also going to be having the festival where you can actually enjoy those amazing productions, and they've been curated for you to watch right across the city.
I'm excited to be here, Jeff, and I'm expecting a lot of networking and finding collaborations and partnerships with industry stakeholders here, and of course, making new friends and learning a lot from the panel discussions and the workshops.
Today is dedicated to our film industry and the entire ecosystem, geared towards having fruitful outcomes as we kickstart this market. The government is committed to supporting and nurturing film industry, recognizing the economic, social, and cultural significance. We are proud of strides that we have achieved thus far and believe that we are destined to make
stripped it down and active, tell people the story that we go through, but we have challenges. We don't have cameras, we don't have the right sources, the right people that can help us do that. So we were actually thinking people could help us because we have nowhere else to stretch our hands to get them.
Now, your story really inspired me, and I told you that I'm going to try to help you, right? To help you get equipment and help you connect you to the right people. And I have found someone for you who might be willing to get you some equipment. He also runs a film school, so perhaps you can, I don't know what the distance is, perhaps you can just liaise with him and maybe you can join his film school as well. Thank you so much.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we don't just say that your life can change at Kalasha. It actually can change, and that is living proof. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Another round of applause for Vanessa Tafadhali. Because I have a sneaky feeling, at times we do ask for things, but you're asking not expecting to get. You're just like, you know what? I'll just throw it out there. Afadhali ajuange nataka. Whatever happens, happens. So let's reach out for our dreams, and that's really a reality right there. At this point in time, I'd like to call on stage Robert Kitur. He's a representative of Itigo Girls High School. Is Robert here? A round of applause for him as he comes on stage as well.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for this. I'm Richard Kitur, patron Film Club Itigo Girls. We have come all the way from Nandi County to come and attend the Kalasha, and we are very grateful that Kenya Film Commission invited us, gave us this opportunity to attend and get that experience. I'm proud of one of my students who has actually been very confident and has spoken. She's the one who was on TV. Our school is in Nandi, as she has said. And Film Club was founded in our school some few months ago. The Film Commission came to our school, sensitized us, and launched the club. Since then, we have been able to record or film some talented students in dance, in music, in fine art, a number of things. We're also participating in Kenya Film and Drama Festivals, and we have our film proceeding to the nationals in Embu very soon. So thank you very much for the gift. We are very grateful, Vanessa. We are very grateful to the Kenya Film Commission and the host. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Richard Kitur. At this point in time, I'd also like to call upon Protisa to come to the front. Everyone was playing, your small part. What you can do, you do it. Round of applause for him as well.
Hi everyone, mko salama? My name is Paul Kihuha. I'm a Protisa Kihuha. Na I make film equipment locally from scrap metal. And when nilisikia hiyo kitu, you understand Swahili? When nilisikia that kuna msichana mwenye anataka kusaidiwa, I just decided, mbona mimi niwachwe nyuma, si ndio? Nitataka sana nikuwe part of that project. And nikasema every equipment we have right now, tutawasaidia, ndio waendelee kufanya hiyo filamu. Na nikiwezekana pia mimi nitakuwa hapo, sawa? And and I will offer even training to wale wengine wadogo wenye wako hapo wenye wanataka kujua more. And msitoke hapa kama hamjapitia booth number 6, you will see zile vitu tuko nazo. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Protisa. So you can see it's not only in terms of the hardware, but also the software, the talent. He's going to train them as well. It's really about paying it forward. But that's not the only thing the girls from Itigo Girls High School are getting. It gets even better. At this point, I'd like to call upon Dr. Natalie Ongeso of Maya Kidney and Health Specialties Hospital to come on stage.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Natalie Ongeso. I work with Maya Kidney and Health Specialties Hospital. You can pass by our booth for free health wellness screening. So for Itigo Girls, we decided to provide them with a preventative health workshop where we will organize and go to their school and do an on-site wellness checkup. We'll do their BMIs, we'll do their vitals, we'll do their body composition. We will also be able to educate them on physical health, nutritional health, mental health, and connect them with our Tell Maya docket, where we have online services for mental health, so they'll be able to access that online platform and get help whenever they want to. So yeah, we decided to contribute to this beautiful school, and hopefully we have a very big impact on them. Please kindly pass by our booth to have your free wellnesses done. Thank you.
Can you give a bigger round of applause? Because I'm standing here thinking about the fact that for Itigo Girls, it was just another school trip. Walisema nataka kukam Nairobi to see what's happening at Kalasha and see how things changed in a span of 24 hours. An amazing story. This one is definitely going to be. At this point, I'd also like to call on stage the CEO of Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Timothy Owase, for his speech as well on this, because they're the hosts of this. Without them, all of this probably would not have happened. A round of applause for our CEO, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I want to thank Itigo Girls for making it to Kalasha International Film and TV Market this year. As we commit to nurture talent, Kenya Film Commission is very deliberate on why we need to keep nurturing young talents from the lowest level as we grow to university and the industry. The students who are in the hall today, I just want to take this moment to encourage you that you have a bright future in the storytelling industry. Let's do this together. We are here to support you. And again, remember, you don't have any limits. All you need is to interact, and that's the essence of Kalasha International Film and TV Market, that you come here to connect, interact, and get new friends. Today, I'm proud to say that, Vanessa, you have a new friend from Itigo Girls. And in addition to this, I believe we can be able to do much more greater things together. So let's continue championing storytelling as a way of life. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. At this point, I'd also like to call upon Commissioner Ilham to come on stage for a word as well. A round of applause for the Commissioner, please.
Habari zenu tena. I am here today and I'm very proud of Kenya Film Commission. Mimi nitazungumza Kiswahili, natoka Mombasa. Tafadhalini, young filmmakers, kujeni come with us on board. We are here. We have straight our hands. Tumejaribu na tuko hapa, tafadhalini. Jibidisheni. Njooni. We are open. We are welcoming everyone on board. Young filmmakers, youths, please get out of that shell. Tokeni, shikaneni mikono. Tokeni, kujeni. We are listening to you. Jana tulizunguka hapa kote kuwasikiliza. Na we are still here. You can still come with us. You can still join the clubs. Tafadhalini, musiogope. Musiogope. We are here to listen to everyone. We will give chances to everyone. And Kenya Film Commission, I am very proud to be here. Come with us, all of you. Vanessa, we are very thankful. We are proud of you. That was a bold step. That was very bold. Tafuteni usaidizi. Talk to people. You're here to communicate. You are here to interact. Kindly interact. Zungumzia neni. Nongonena zeni. Please, talk to each other. And we are here to listen to you all. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much for that. Of course, as she said, be bold, ask for it. You know, they always say, asiyekuwepo na lake halipo. And it actually means, even if you're here, let your presence be felt. Go to the booth, go up to that person, ask for their contact, ask for a follow-up meeting. That's how you make your presence felt. And you make sure this is of value to you. I'd also like to call upon Commissioner Lucia to come on stage. A round of applause for Commissioner as she comes on stage.
They're not supposed to be using that one.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to see everybody of you here, and as KFC, we are really, really humbled and honored to host you in this Kalasha Award. To our students, you could emulate what Itigo Girls is doing. And our ministry has what it takes to support the youth in our nation. And our president is also rallying behind us. So kindly grab the opportunity and walk with us. Welcome home.
So Commissioner Lucia will remain on stage. And for everyone else who has spoken, please come on stage. With the lovely girls from Itigo Girls High School to come on stage as well for a group photo on this one. This is a momentous occasion. I mean, how many school trips do you go for and come back to school with equipment, training, you know, wellness care? I mean, doesn't happen really often. A round of applause for them as they come on stage. Our guys of the Alliance. I can't hear your applause. Nini Nimbaya. There you go. Yeah. We can't only be saying I went to Alliance. No, we will clap for them as well. So which cameraman are we looking at? Hands up, please, so that they know what they're looking. Right at the back, the man at the back. So you look at the man at the back. DJ? So for those who are standing, please sit down because the cameraman, the official cameraman, is a gentleman at the back. Flowered shirt, black cap. That's the lens we're looking at. And I will make sure everybody is smiling in this photo. Yes, please. This is a good day. From Mr. Richard all the way to the end. Let us smile. Let's look into that. We're good. Fantastic stuff. A round of applause for them, Tafadhali, and an amazing story right there. Thank you so much. That brings us to our first health break. Let's stretch. Let's take a 10-minute break. We come back on the other side to continue our discussions right here. So we took a short break, 10 minutes. Let's stretch. That means we are back at around 10 minutes past noon. So short break. We are back for the next panel discussion. Asante sana.
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at no extra cost. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on Showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will confirm that you qualify for Showmax at no extra cost as a DSTV premium subscriber. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
Hey Easter, enjoy your passport to non-stop laughter and entertainment on Star Times. The Salulu is to recharge and get upgraded.
Can we play a game?
We've got fun and play for the big and little kids. Action-packed sports. Absolutely unbelievable. Thrilling movies.
You're an actor. Act.
Passionate new telenovelas. Real-world documentaries.
Are you saying yes to the draft?
Unmissable reality and fantastic local shows. Recharge on your current bouquet and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 month. Burudika na familia. Download StarTimes on app for unlimited entertainment anytime, anywhere. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
This is the season where dreams come to life. Where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival.
No está cerca del mar.
Yo de aquí,
Mira.
¿tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Es una zona cerca de un día, pero...
Want to elevate your entertainment? Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at a discount. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on Showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will display the discount you qualify for. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies you won't find anywhere else. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
A perfect family is not always what it seems.
Hapa hakuna mtu anaweza kunificha kitu.
when a father's past is revealed. After his death, leaving his empire in the hands of his wife, son, daughter, and
I'm here to mourn my husband.
his other wife.
Ambazula.
Who will get the castle?
You have rattled the snake.
The war of succession is on in the all-new Kasiri.
Karibuni sana and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Kalasha International Film and TV Market, Festival and Awards 2024. We have the market where we discuss the business end of film and TV, how it actually makes money, makes sense. We're also going to be having the festival where you can actually enjoy those amazing productions, and they've been curated for you to watch right across the city.
I'm excited to be here, Jeff, and I'm expecting a lot of networking and finding collaborations and partnerships with industry stakeholders here, and of course, making new friends and learning a lot from the panel discussions and the workshops.
Today is dedicated to our film industry and the entire ecosystem, geared towards having fruitful outcomes as we kickstart this market. The government is committed to supporting and nurturing film industry, recognizing the economic, social, and cultural significance. We are proud of strides that we have achieved thus far and believe that we are destined to make more strides as we progress in developing the local film industry and connecting to the world at large.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are glad to have you. I've already mentioned that we have quite a menu for all of us. In the course of the 3-4 days of being around the city, find time to savor, to taste what the beautiful country and the beautiful city has to offer.
The first trend we have noticed is partnerships. A long time ago, we used to say, you know, that company, that one, MultiChoice, they are our enemies. We no longer can define our enemies. There are no more enemies. The person who actually determines who an enemy is yourself.
Our expectations is to also be part of learning in the Kalasha film and TV market, because we are students ourselves and we want to make these connections because we are right in the heart of the industry as we enjoy the very good productions that have been made here in Kenya.
As a government, we are committed to supporting and nurturing the film sector, and we recognize its economic, social, and cultural significance. We understand the importance of providing filmmakers with the resources, infrastructure, and opportunities they need to thrive. And in the spirit of collaboration, ladies and gentlemen, we invite filmmakers and the media professionals from across the globe to forge partnerships, share ideas, and explore new possibilities. Let this film market and the festive serve as a platform of dialogue, innovation, and inspiration. Thank you so much. And with that, the PS declares the Kalasha market officially opened. Thank you.
I think the reopening is here to showcase that Goethe is back, and Goethe is an open space for everybody to come, for everybody to engage with. It's a space where you can gather, where you can connect to people, find like-minded individuals who are also passionate about art and creation. And that's what we are about, and we are here to stay and to be an open space also in the next decades to come.
I am happy to see that our own students here at the Institute are able to partake in this activity, and that even the Goethe Institute is trying to encourage the young youth to work hard and motivate them to join careers, that this is spearheading them to know what line they want to do in life. So for me, I enjoy that the Goethe Institute took time to let our students be part of this, and they've enjoyed, and some of them now even have interest to work in the German sector.
Hi, my name is Lily Kobler. I'm the director of the Goethe Institute, the German Cultural Center, and we're really having huge celebrations here today. We've been renovating and refurbishing and trying to create more accessible and welcoming spaces for our visitors, our partners, and the creatives of Kenya. So we're really, really happy that we're done with this and we're able to open our spaces again. So I'm most of all excited. It's like a dream come true, because you see building and construction and you can't really imagine what it will be like when it's alive. But now it's alive.
I'm really delighted and honored to be here tonight for the reopening of Goethe Institute after almost 2 years of renovation and refurbishment. It's more than a facelift, it's a whole makeover to last for the next 60 years.
My name is Josephine Ochieng. I work here at Goethe Institute under the school sector. I am the project assistant for PASH project and Bildung Kooperation Deutschland, that is BKD. So in this reopening, we were able to invite schools from Nairobi, and also we had Naivasha girls coming in, and we had a lot of activities for the students. Like, they also took part in different activities and they were able to win various prizes.
The global project is in 6 different countries, 3 in the Middle East and 3 in Africa. Here in Kenya, we focus on capacity building programs and also giving the platforms for creatives and artists to showcase their artworks. The objective of the project is to increase income and employment possibilities for creatives and artists.
My name is Keith Ubanga from Starehe Boys Center. I'm in Form 4 and I'm 17 years old. So my experience in Goethe Institute has been quite eventful. We were able to do various activities such as spin the wheel, where we get to answer questions relating to Germany. My favorite one was the scavenger hunt. We were able to do a scavenger hunt using an app called Kalasha, where we will go around the city looking for checkpoints as we get to know more about Kenyan history and more about the city itself.
I've just come from conducting a really fun DJ workshop with young ladies from Alliance Girls, and I feel like they've really inspired me. They've thrown me back, first of all, to when I was younger and in high school. I wish I knew that there was options for careers like these when I was in high school a few years back. And I feel like the impact of this workshop is not only exposing them to other career paths, but also empowering them to know exactly what it entails to be a DJ, not just the playing the music and having fun, but setting up your gear, troubleshooting, sound, if there's something wrong with your wiring, just empowering girls and young ladies to know that they don't have to wait for somebody to check their technical gear for them, they can do it themselves.
I mostly create content for children, so illustrated books, 2D animations, games. Apart from that, I've been a lecturer at ADMI for the past 3 years. I've been teaching illustration in animation, so everything that goes on before the actual animation production, including character design, that's what I do. So back in 2021, I partnered with Black Rhino and Goethe Institute, and I was given training in VR. So I was part of the state-of-the-art 2.0 Usoni. I was one of the 5 artists, and I created different cartoony looking scenes that represent the style that I'm after. So for the past 2 days this weekend, I was lecturing and giving a workshop to everyone about virtual reality.
The Cultural Programs Department is here as a space to support creatives. We welcome all kinds of creatives, especially young and mid-career creatives, to explore new practices, new approaches to art making, to engage with different art forms. We support specifically some larger projects in key areas. For example, the Dance Life Fest that's coming up this year again, focused on contemporary dance. We have an exhibition series that supports artists in making ambitious conceptual artworks and exhibiting them here at Goethe Institute. And also, we obviously build international connections, especially to Germany, to find international partners for connecting the Kenyan art scene to the world.
Supporting creatives, man, like from the very first day I walked into the Goethe Institute, actually, this Goethe Institute, I've always got a yes. Even if it was a no, it was a no, but it waited and waited and then it turned into a yes. So I just want to appreciate them for supporting the art, supporting the artists.
Nairobi City, how you doing?
yangu na Goethe Joy na go way back. Kabado naishi Kibich, way back yani. I think my first international flight ilikuwa Berlin. Through an exchange program ilikuwa inaitwa Spoken Worlds. Nilimake friendships zenye na work nazo mpaka saa hii through Goethe. From Waseka Viva Konagwa, producer wangu anatoka Berlin, amehostiwa hapa before, na tunawak naye mpaka saa hii. So Goethe was like an eye opener for that international market, not only as a performer but as a sound. Kuna niomba na anything ikiapena hapa lazima ni pull up because na feeling nikawa narudi home.
We hope that these spaces will be an inspiration to artists, to students. We have expanded our terrace. Actually, the terrace was not in existence at all. So we're glad that that has been put in place and our spaces are a bit larger, and we hope that these spaces offer inspiration where artists can come here, bounce their ideas around each other so they can learn and grow.
When you talk about sustainable and independent filmmaking, we know the barrier to entries have been brought down. And today, we will delve into this particular session, and hopefully by the end of it, all of us will have figured out some ways that we can solve these emerging challenges that touch on independent filmmaking.
We first of all need to know the market. Why are we filming, and how can we gain money from the product we are involving in? And it is the job
Ladies
of the
and
producers
gentlemen,
to
we start
know
the next
and
panel discussion
understand
in
the market.
If you want to go beyond borders, research is key. You have to research global trends as well as local trends.
If you're an indie filmmaker, what are some of these challenges that we face?
There's a lack of like a kind of consolidated effort on an educational level that aligns our aspirations.
It may look easy or tough, but again, as long as you believe in yourself that you have that structure, that you have to tell your stories.
Anyone can do it. Anyone can tell this kind of story. You just need to come to Africa and see how things works and how people are here. And for indie cinema, indie films people, it is quite easy for us to tell this kind of story, and it will sell in China.
Which other avenues should indies filmmakers explore to make returns on investment?
How can you advise such a person who has a story, maybe has excellent actors, but does not know where to start?
We as Africans know that we have to be ingenious in how we engage and relate and figure out our way. So we need to believe that we can figure out that way.
Now we should start thinking about self-distribution. Then the next step, distributors will come after you.
What is the place of a business plan for an independent filmmaker? And do you ever have an end in mind at any given time you are coming up with your story?
So how can you make a business case as a filmmaker to anyone to say that this is an investment? You don't have an audience. And then we are always looking outside. We're saying, like Mr. Soko said, grow your audience in Africa and in the diaspora. But what about in Kenya?
Passion and love for stories does not put food on the table, as we know. And it's been a major concern. It's come up a number of times in this room. So yes, we also do it for the money, but what industry doesn't?
Show them that this is what I can do as a cinematographer.
Where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders. Explore and experience the B2B sessions, exhibitions, conferences, and workshops. And of course, the most magical place, the Kalasha International Film and TV Awards ceremony, where the industry's finest gather to celebrate excellence.
Lifetime Achievement Award goes to
the Kalasha International Film and TV Market Festival and Awards 2024 awaits you from the 27th to the 30th of March at the KICC Nairobi, Kenya, where art meets commerce. Buy your ticket at www.tikiti.co.ke. Be a part of this year's festival.
The lives of two young girls.
My star sign is lucky. Something good will happen. Yani mom na dad wana fight na wewe kazi yako ni zodiac signs.
Raised by secrets.
There's a lot going on at the moment in this house.
It's either Baluto tumehiyo pesa or else.
Is about to be changed forever when their true identity is uncovered.
That girl is not his daughter. That Annette test will prove me right.
I'm really concerned. If they treat her like an outcast, she'll definitely go back to their family.
In the brand new unmissable Zari. Only on Maisha Magic Plus, the home of local. Now available to DSTV Access.
Good afternoon. A couple of minutes past noon. We're back for another session. Good afternoon. Hi. Hi once again. Okay, so we'll have to do one small thing before we continue. I mean, we're learning about how we can make great productions, great films, great TV. We are live on HBTV. And for those who are making that brilliant stream go on, they're saying the seats at the front are looking kind of empty. So for those of us who are at the back, let's make some great TV for HBTV and come closer to the front. Fill those seats right there if you don't mind. Yes, yeah, even you. Yeah. We've made eye contact. Now you have to move. That's just how it works. Thank you so much. This group on this column as well, let's please move on to the front if you don't mind. Thank you. Our guys of this The Alliance High School coming to the front as well. Asante sana. As we settle down, as we do that, even for those who are outside and probably going around the booths, we are now officially getting into the next panel discussion. And this is about incentivizing of the creative industry. For the past 2 days, it's been a hot button issue. You know, how do we make sure that the creatives, the filmmakers, the producers are getting enough incentive to actually carry this out as a business? We had KRA here talking about their tax incentives. We had Kipra looking into policy and how they can actually make more progressive policy as far as filmmaking is concerned and the industry. And there have been gentlemen who have been here since 6 in the morning, going through a focus group, getting data on how strategy and policy can actually lead to these particular incentives that we're talking about. And that's what they'll be unpacking in the next minute or so. So let me call upon this particular team that will be talking about the incentivizing of the creative industry. Leading this particular discussion will be Mr. Jonathan Altsberg, the Executive Chair of Altsberg SBI. A round of applause for Jonathan as he comes to this front. Also on that particular panel, there he is. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. Dr. Ezekiel Onyango. Daktari. Yesterday he came with some Bob Marley. Is that what he's waiting for? I don't know. The DJ was, oh, there he is. There he is. Round of applause for him as well. And rounding up that particular panel, Philip Karanja, Philip Productions, as he comes on stage. There you go. It's all about incentivizing of the creative industry. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you very much. Habari, everybody. I'm Jonathan. I think I should mention that I run an international creative consultancy based in the UK, we do a lot of work around the world in helping countries successfully develop their film industries. And I'm joined by two people who you probably know very well, and I'll invite them just to introduce themselves, and then I'll explain what we're going to be doing.
Thank you, Jonathan, and thank you, Jeff. My name is Ezekiel, or you can call me Easy. I'm here in my capacity as chairperson of KFTPA and a friend of the industry. Thank you.
Check. Okay. Mkofiti?
Awesome. My name is Philip Carranza, and I've been producing culture-changing content for about 2 decades now. I'm the founder and CEO of Philip Productions. Excited to be here.
Okay, so just a little bit of explanation. We've been holding this morning a workshop with some key stakeholders and players in the industry to talk about what might be the future strategies and initiatives and policies that the government and the private sector could follow, put in place and follow in order to successfully develop the sector. And before I talk about what we found out, I'd like to invite all of those who were involved in the workshop just to stand up so that we can acknowledge and thank you. So please. All right, so thank you very much indeed. We met for a couple of hours earlier today. We had an agenda that was really based on looking at what different elements of our strategy to grow the sector. The first strategy being to get enough microphones that work in the country. Anyway, it looks like we've solved that problem straight away. So we were talking about and debating what might be the strategies that we could create and follow here in Kenya for the future success of the sector. And although it was mentioned that we're looking at the creative industries, and the creative industries as a whole have a lot of potential in this country, in this particular meeting, we were very focused on film and television rather than the whole of the creative industries. What we did is let me see if I can get this to work. We looked at what we thought the key opportunities were for Kenya in its screen sector, and when I use the words screen sector, I'm talking about film and TV production all the way through the value chain to distribution, to reaching audiences. We debated what are the key elements, impediments that could be holding us back. And then we talked about what can the government's role be in terms of policies, initiatives, measures to help the industry successfully grow. Now it's deciding. There we go. The lens we used to do this analysis and this discussion, and I realize you might not be able to read every one of those small boxes. We'll have them in bigger shape in a little while. We looked at the various components or verticals of what a whole of sector strategy for the screen industries could be. There are actually 5, but we only discussed 4 of them in our panel this morning. And by the way, Ezzy and Phil are here because in the breakout groups that we had to discuss these topics, they participated and they are going to tell us what those groups decided. So there are 4 verticals we looked at. One was what's going on in terms of the domestic market. And by and large, the key initiatives that we discussed were automatic incentives for production, funding, discretionary funding for development and production, co-production treaties, and support for distribution. The second vertical addresses the international environment, and there we looked at, well, what do we need? Film Commission, well, you already have a very excellent one. Automatic incentives for international productions, co-production treaties again, support for the export of our content, enhancing the connection between film production and tourism, and also the idea of creating a national brand of Kenyan film. We looked then at infrastructure, at the physical attributes of what's needed in a country to develop the sector, sound stages, studios. We looked at workforce development and training, both above and below the line. We looked into the post-production area and this whole sort of vendor scenario of service and facilities providers. And finally, with the cultural agenda in our minds, We looked at what film festivals do to deliver cultural value. We looked at film education in schools, developing audiences for screen content, and then the area of digitization and archives and access to those archives. The fifth pillar, which we didn't dig into, was about organization and regulation. Anyway, I'm going to now hand over to our rapporteurs, but just to say to you, what we did is we broke into two groups of about a dozen people each to discuss and come up with our thoughts and recommendations of what in each of these pillars, what were the most important priorities that the government and the sector should focus on and why. So, let's start with the domestic verticals, and I'm going to hand the rest of this discussion on the domestic situation to my colleagues.
Right. Before we proceed, I usually like to get a feel of who is in the room. So I'm seeing a lot of young faces. So how many people are film students? You're studying film. Okay, so that's the majority. How many people own production companies? All right, all right. Okay. So for our film students, a lot of what we're going to talk about might seem and feel like it's distant, but from where I sit today, I wish this was done 20 years ago. Then I'd be in a much better space. So it might sound a bit like Greek, but enjoy it. Anyway, so one of the things we found that we really need to prioritize for Kenya is we're calling them discretionary funds. And basically, let me put it simply, we need to create a pool of funds to be able to fund filmmakers. And this should come in forms of grants and loans. I mean, there's a whole route we can use to create those pools of funds. I'll give an example. Today, if a filmmaker in South Africa wants to do a film, and they're based in KwaZulu-Natal, and this is an actual conversation I had with a film producer, the smallest amount they can raise to start production of their film is about 7.5 million rands. That's a lot of money. And this is from a pool of funds created by the government, by the county governments, by institutions. And so for film to grow in this country, we need to create a pool of funds. Yeah. Easy, you want to expound on that?
Thank you, Phil. When you look at the term discretionary, go and study it further. But when you look at the end where it's in brackets, there is development. For you to produce something, you have to develop it fast. You have to have a creator's mind. You've got to write a good story. And then you've got to get to a place where you go to manufacture it, which is production. And that's why we think if we've got funds that are dedicated to this particular space, then we'll be able to actually produce. I'll want to add on what else we thought was a priority for growth impetus of the domestic industry is what we're calling automatic incentives. The term automatic here doesn't mean that you press a button and the incentive comes. It just means that the rules and regulations will be so simple and so clear that when you read it, you know whether you qualify for it or you don't qualify for it. In terms of incentives, what we are looking for is how can we help producers, production companies, independent producers be able to efficiently produce costs or rather content at value. And this will range from government providing soft investments into the productions that we are doing in various forms. Another area that we thought it was a priority for us to develop the domestic industry was co-production treaties. And co-production treaties are important, where we've got a relationship between Kenya and another country that can allow us to enjoy the benefits that that country has in terms of their incentives. If you can get a 20% from another country and a 20% from your country, already you have 40%. So these are the key priority areas that we think are important in the situation of developing the domestic industry.
Absolutely. I think we can go to the next slide. Yeah.
Just before I go to the next slide, we also discussed, in terms of discretionary funding, we also discussed in one of our groups the idea that this funding should not just be about production, but should also be available throughout the value chain. Yeah. And Phil, maybe you could pick up on that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think we need funding right from script development all the way to marketing and distribution. So we need a fund to help us with scripts and script development, with pre-production, with the actual production, post-production, marketing and distribution. So yes, across the value chain. Absolutely.
Thank you. I should also mention that we're going to have time later on for any questions that you might have from the floor, or if any of you who are involved in our discussions want to expand on any of these topics. So I'm hoping there will be roving mics available later on for this purpose. I just want to add one bit of information about discretionary funding for projects for development and production. These are pretty common in many of the developed markets for screen production around the world. Not everywhere has them, but what we noticed in some countries is that they had a dual purpose for this investment. The dual purposes were both nurturing new talent and giving new voices an opportunity to express what they wanted to express in the form of screen entertainment content. And the second was, so that was sort of new for new faces in the industry, and in some countries there was a specific fund for that, and actually the expected returns from that fund are kind of limited, because we know that sometimes when you're giving new talent a voice, the appeal might not be to everybody in the country. And the second fund was sort of for more established filmmakers, where the return required was at a much more serious level. So the idea of discretionary funding, certainly for development and production, has to be thought of in the context of, well, what kind of filmmaker are we trying to support, and what should our expectations be about the returns? Right, we're now moving on to the international environment, and again, I'll pass it to my colleagues to discuss.
Thank you. The term international here means inward productions. Partners that come to either do their productions in Kenya or come to partner with local producers to do content, which is either local or international. And this is a very important sector, or rather subsector in the film industry in Kenya. It is our heritage sector, because when we first interacted with the film, it was inward productions that actually introduced us to the craft of filmmaking far back from 1902. And even the world knows Kenya out of films that were done between the 70s and the 80s. And that is what really put Kenya out in the map for even people to know of our beautiful national parks and what. So it's heritage for us, and it's critical, and it's the backbone of our industry. Priority areas for us at the moment, looking at what the current government plan is, of definitely with the better plan, creating jobs, creating economic value, is having automatic incentives that will increase the attraction of Kenya for these inward productions. But at the back of that, having very solid co-production treaties that would then inform this beautiful thing that we say, heydays of Hollywood films coming to shoot in Kenya. I mean, if we have 2 or 3 projects that would hire close to 3,000 people in a period of 6 months, you can only imagine what kind of value in terms of sharing of skills transfer, impacting the economy that would have in our economy. And I know Phil has a lot more to add on to that.
Oh yeah. Usually when we're having these conversations, I like giving stories kutoka kwa ground, the way things are happening, and so that you understand why these treaties are important. I'm happy that API is in the crowd. API co-produced a production, I think sometime last year, from Canada, if I'm not wrong. Yes. And I heard this story. She didn't tell me, but yeah. So because Kenya and Canada does not have a co-production treaty, the budget for that film, if I'm not wrong, was about 1 billion Kenya shillings. But because they do not have a production treaty with Kenya, they can only use a very small percentage. It was so bad. The story was based on a Kenyan runner based in Eldoret, but they had to cast a Ghanaian actor, if I'm not wrong, South African actor. Yes, because they cannot spend a certain amount of their budget in Kenya because we don't have a treaty. So I'm just saying we did a Kenyan story and we lost out on $1 billion shillings just because we don't have a co-production treaty. And that's the importance of co-production treaties. Yeah. I think you talked about co-production treaties in the domestic slide, which now maybe I'll speak on that from a domestic point of view. I think it's high time we also have co-production treaties between local production companies. Martin Munoz shot a film at TVC with me years ago, and he had all the equipment that was needed to shoot a high-budget film. And I've spent the last 20 years of my career trying to buy the same gear that he had. You know, if we were open to co-production treaties locally, then I would handle the creative and he will bring in the equipment and we will move in faster. So co-production even local is important. Even for you guys as students. I don't know, how many students are there, let's say in KU, for example? I mean, I think over 10,000. How many in totality? How many KU students are there? Yeah, you know, those, like over 10,000, those are 10,000 eyeballs. If KU had a co-production treaty with Philip Productions, and every time we do a film, we get to screen it across all KU campuses. That's growth for us, and that's audience development. Yeah. I know your team discussed national film brand. I'm curious to hear about that.
So a third priority area that we're calling the national film brand, we find that this is very important, and it's lessons we've learned from other territories and countries where if you travel, you're in a plane, you have a catalog of films, you don't find anything from your home country. You go to another country and you go into a cinema and you find everything else from everywhere else in Africa, but you don't find anything in your country. And secondly, we have a very vibrant tourism industry, and a lot of people who have visited Kenya actually acknowledge it to having seen a film about Kenya. So when we develop a very strategic national film brand, it will not only respond to our own film industry, but it will respond to the to the tourism sector. It will respond to the technology sector. It will respond to higher education, because we'll be able to show the capacity of what the country can offer across all other sectors. So that we think is something that in Kenya we've had something called Brand Kenya. And Brand Kenya mostly focused on branding Kenya as a tourism and investment destination. And if we can include our story of a national film brand alongside that Brand Kenya story, there'd be very, very good things that would come out of that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add a couple of points here. In dealing with a holistic strategy for the whole of the sector, obviously we look to government to invest. When government invests, typically the Treasury Department or the Finance Ministry, they're looking for a return. And the return can be counted in many different ways. And in fact, although the Exchequer is mostly interested in financial returns, actually there's very substantial cultural and other benefit to be had. And this discussion of national film brands and tourism delivers value in what we call, what has been known as soft power. So soft power is when a nation's identity and stories and locations are presented to the world through the medium, in this case, of the screen content, feature films, scripted series on TV, documentaries possibly, even reality shows. And what happens is audiences around the world, and indeed governments around the world, start to understand better the characteristics of a particular nation and its people. Now, this is very difficult to identify in quantitative terms, So a conversation about this with the finance minister might not last very long, but in terms of overall strategy for a government, these sorts of economic, cultural benefits are tremendously important. And I think when we think about these strategic priorities, particularly like automatic incentives, then we're able to turn to the finance ministry or the economic ministry and present a lot of very solid, quantifiable evidence about the macroeconomic impacts in terms of GDP and numbers of jobs and inward investment, as well as what we call micro impacts, which is about how when an international production comes to a country or a region, how much money they spend very quickly across the economy. So these are various, very important aspects. I just want to go back, if I can, to this chart, just to see where we are. So this is a description of a sort of a generic strategy for the growth of a screen sector. And we're dealing with 4 components. And I think as we have this conversation, you can start to see how they're tied together. You know, we talked about certain initiatives for the domestic market, and then we can see how it interacts with international ambitions. So for example, from the perspective of wanting to attract international films, you need to have talent and crew here who can work on those films. And usually that talent and that crew starts its career journey in the domestic production sector. So as we go through this discussion, please take note of these interactions between these different areas. Okay, we've talked about domestic, we've talked about international. Let's now talk about priorities for the country in relation to infrastructure. And please do, as you're listening, please do think of questions that you'd like to ask our panelists later on. Okay, over to you.
Okay. So of course, workforce development and training is pretty straightforward. So assuming everyone does their job and government gives us very good incentives, and so we have more jobs coming in, now the next challenge becomes, if all the Hollywood and Canada and UK and Chinese productions are coming into Kenya, do we have a large enough workforce that is well developed and well trained? So for us to be ready for the jobs that are coming, we then absolutely have to train our people. Yeah.
It's always 2 terms that we have in this space, where you have film occupations. These are occupations that exist within the value chain of filmmaking, and then you've got supporting occupations. This is your driver that you're getting out of transport, hospitality, and all those things. So the primary objective as a priority is to develop occupations within our value chain, straight from development up to the end. But also, a secondary priority is to ensure, even if we have got these supporting industries that support us, how can we ensure that they are sensitized enough to also design their businesses in a way that can support our industry? If we have cross relationships with people in hospitality, so that it's automatic, they know if we're talking about hosting a film crew in a hotel, the staff are aware these are people who eat at 3 a.m. There's already like a team that's set aside for that. So workforce development cuts across our own ecosystem and also the support ecosystem. Once you develop this number of people to work, and I'll give an example of maybe Panavision, who train a lot of young people in Kenya to become electricians and grips. The ratio of 1 light to the trained technicians in Kenya right now is about 1 light to 6 people. So you already see that there's not so much opportunity because they've done so much work to train. Now, if we're going to train, that ratio will increase. It will be 1 light to 20 people. So it means they'll be sharing very little revenue. But if we go to the second priority, where is services and facility providers increase, then you've got the capacity of Panavision has increased 10 times, then the ratio goes down. Then the ratio is 1 light maybe to 3 people, and the opportunities increase like that. So the second priority for us is, as we develop workforce, let's also create facilities that will absorb the workforce so that they can service the industry. And as Phil is a producer now, he'll talk about the last 2 priorities that we put in place. Thank you.
Absolutely. I strongly believe with the digital tech, advancement right now globally, having Kenya as a destination for filming is quickly dwindling down. So I don't think we'll be having a lot of film crews coming into Kenya to film, simply because now you just need a photographer to come and take photos of Nairobi City, or take photos of the countryside, and then go and digitally enhance them and put their stars in front of a digital panel or green screen. I strongly believe that the next phase of where we can actually make a good living from is post-production. I'm talking about graphics, I'm talking about VFX, I'm talking about editing, color grading. So let's start by a show of hands. How many students in the room can at least do basic Photoshop, have basic Photoshop skills? Awesome. And most of you can edit on your phones for IG, for TikTok Reels. That's the skill we need to up, because I have talked to a lot of producers. We've been around the world. So there's a lot more happening now in post-production than it used to before. And the workforce cannot sustain it. So if we can make Kenya a haven for post-production, I think we will crack just bringing in the US dollars into the country. So we really, really need to develop our skills in post-production. If you're seated there, you're a film student, make sure you're very good at post-production. I don't know post-production people who sleep hungry. I might be wrong, but those people always have work, always, full-time. So, and then finally, cinemas. I think it goes without saying, and for us at Philip Productions, right now, that's the thing we're trying to do. We're trying to make cinema cool again. We're trying to bring back this culture. And on our last film production, we toured the country, and it was interesting to go to a space like Nakuru and Eldoret, and then we'd have conversations with the crowd, and they'd tell us, this is actually fun. Because Nakuru is a whole city, but there's not a single cinema hall. There's no single cinema hall in a whole city. So they'd come and they're like, oh, so this is another alternative of fun. Instead of going to clubs, a lot of the cities across the country, what they have for entertainment are clubs. So for people who don't enjoy that, then what's the alternative? And I think cinemas is another place where we can have a lot of public and private partnerships that can come in, and we create an alternative fun and make cinema going cool again. Yeah.
Thank you. Just to add something about workforce development and training. Governments around the world look at this industry and realize that there are several reasons to be involved. One of the primary reasons around the world, and maybe particularly here in Kenya, is the jobs that are created by this activity. But jobs that are particularly interesting for young people, jobs that are relatively high value, highly skilled and well paid, jobs that are also very mobile. You're not stuck in one city if you want to be either a director, a writer, or a costume designer, or an art designer, a production designer, or a first AD. You can move around. And these also are jobs that, in general, are less under threat from robotics and AI than in many other sectors. We're not immune from threat from AI, and I know there was another panel yesterday that looked into this. But these sorts of jobs of the future, and they are jobs for young people. And most governments are very, very attracted to that. Finally, although perhaps in my view the most important of all, there's the culture vertical that I presented to you earlier. So I'm very interested to hear what you guys have to say about that.
Thank you, Jonathan. Before I go to culture, I'll touch on that AI thing because it was quite a conversation yesterday. And I like to always remind people that AI is neither artificial nor is it intelligent. As much as it's called artificial intelligence, it's not artificial and it's not intelligent. Because the data that is fed into AI is real. It's not artificial. The intelligence that drives AI is the human person who prompts it. So if you look at it that way, it summarizes it as a toolbox that you look into to improve efficiency of what you're doing. And that is how we should shift our thinking with AI. How can it be spanner number 8 for you that fits the right bolt and makes the spin of the bolt easier, rather than now that they've brought spanners, I cannot do the bolt work again. And for you to get to a place where you appreciate that it's not artificial and it's not intelligent, you have to skill yourself to understand. You have to seek the knowledge and be able to find your sweet spot. Yes, jobs will be lost. Let's say we'll lose 700 million jobs, but at the same time, it will create 1 million jobs. So you just have to see in that AI value chain where you want to sit. I wanted to add on to that. To culture, I personally believe that every problem the globe is facing is a problem of culture. Climate change, purely a culture problem. It's how we are doing things. That's why we have climate change. When you've got health issues, same thing, culture. When you've got problems in the workplace, culture. So culture is a fundamental thing for any thriving industry to succeed. When we look at the film industry in Kenya, and in general the creative industries in Kenya, I'd say the biggest letdown we have had in Kenya is we've never had cultural policies post-independence. And the only cultural policies we had were set out by the British government before we got independence. And that has been a recipe for disaster in us in developing our audiences, in developing ourselves as content creators. There has been a lack of cultural policies that would otherwise underpin the success of creative industries. Now, when we talk about culture today, I'd say if we have cultural policies that would then guide how we do film education and how we do audience development and how we archive things, then that narrative will change. I don't want to delve into film education, audience development, and archives. Phil will do that. I wanted to emphasize the component of Kenya has never had cultural policies. And even if you look at the Ministry of Culture and the work they do, it's really anchored on the UNESCO 2005 Convention of Heritage and Preservation, and not how they can support the creative industries. And that's why this pillar is of critical importance. Phil?
Oof, awesome. I think on film education, I think that there are things as a country we do right. And if we borrow on them and just add on to them, we'll get to where we want to go. So for example, most of us, if you went to a public high school in this country, you most probably watched a set book play, true or false? Yeah, I know personally there's a particular set book. I will not say which one because you'll judge me by my age. But I never used to understand it. It was in Kiswahili until I went and watched a play. And it was the first time I saw Makbul Mohammed on stage. And because of that, I really did well in that particular book. And that's the thing. How can we incorporate film and theater and arts in our education system? And believe it or not, a lot of us grasp concepts faster when we watch it on film. So film education is important. Another thing I think we can do really well for our country is if we actualize that laptop for primary students project, if we actually actualize it, you know, the same way most of us in school were taught about Christianity and IRE, you know, how about we just obsess about digitalization in our school systems? And that way we'll have a very technically advanced population. And then now things like post-production will not be a challenge. People accessing content will not be a challenge. Also, with time, you'll bring in a culture of paying for content, because that's one culture we are really, really struggling with. You tell Kenyans to pay for content, Kenyans are used to getting free content, and content is expensive. Audience development, I think we just move with the times. We want to develop our audience is always on social media. So, you know, I'm going to ask the OGs in the room. Hi, Martin. I know you've produced so much content over the years. How much of your content is on TikTok right now? 0. Happy. All those shows you've done, how much of that content is on TikTok? How many people on this in this room are on TikTok? Happy, Martin, just look at the hands. Just keep the hands up. Exactly. So how are you reaching these people? So you have your content, it's in a library somewhere. All these people are on TikTok. I had I think, what's her name? The TikTok lady. Felicia's, yeah, she was here yesterday or the day before yesterday. Yeah, we had a conversation with her, and people are watching an entire series on TikTok. Like, they'll take a movie, break it down to 30 parts, and people will watch. Like, I'm on episode 30, and Kenyans are the highest watchers of, is it Korean movies and productions on TikTok. So, and another case study is Suits. Suits was a production that was done several years ago, but it's gone so viral on TikTok, it shot up on Netflix as #1. And right now it's the most watched series on Netflix. So I think if we're going to develop our audience, let's move with the times. Let's go to social media. You want to add on to that?
Yeah, on audience development, Phil is absolutely right. And you have to look at audience as a customer. Because primarily in what we do, the audience is our customer. But the same customer will be in different age bands. You'll have the people who are older, our mothers, our parents right now, they will not appreciate the new form of consumption, and they have the traditional ways of consumption. So when you're talking about audience development, it's across board. Is what strategies are there to sustain the current people who are there, and then to attract emerging people and to develop all these platforms like Phil has alluded to. There's also the opportunity when you look at audience development to create new ventures, where traditionally we didn't think that if Phil made a movie and that film was only going to go on TikTok, streaming platform, and cinema. But there's a new way if we look at audience development and say, Kenya has good people who are doing immersive technology. They're doing XR, they're doing VR, they're doing what? And you could simply take a group of people, partner with the national museums, tell the museums, we want to introduce a new experience in the museum, and that will be an experience of having an immersive experience in a film. Phil would have created a new channel to disseminate his content, would have created opportunity for our VR and XR people to do work, and for the audiences who are young, we would have created another amazing opportunity for them to experience the same content that he produced. So when you're talking about audience development, we have to go to the level of derivative work. Whatever work you make, what more can you derive from it to drive audience development? So that's what I wanted to add to that.
Absolutely. Maybe you can go on with archives and digitization.
I'll let Professor Jonathan speak to archives and digitization, because we don't have it in the country, and I'll speak out of imagination.
It's actually a culture problem, like you pointed out. For some reason, Kenyans and Africans in general, when it comes to archiving our films and our stories and our culture, we're really bad at it.
Okay, just a quick word on archives. There's huge value to retaining the history of a people and a country, and audiovisual methods are an excellent way of doing that. And these days, archives can be digitized, even though the content was made decades ago. It's not hard to digitize it. And you've then created an asset forever for the country. We did some research somewhere where we wanted to look into the benefits of having an archive. And we found in this particular country that when elderly people who were who cost the country quite a lot of money in terms of maintaining their well-being, but when older people saw programs using archive material of their world and their lives when they were growing up, it immediately had a positive effect on their well-being and reduced the financial burden of keeping them healthy. So it's something to be thought of. I just also want to mention in relation to audience development, my colleague Osas and I have been here for several days and talking to a lot of people about the industry here in Kenya. And one of the things we've realized is the potential for Kenyan content to reach Kenyan audiences. And it feels at the moment that that's not a seamless process. So, this holistic strategy we talked about, an important aspect of it would be working with people of all ages and all types on increasing their understanding of, familiarity with, and enjoyment of screen content. Okay. I just want to go back to this chart for a moment and mention a couple of things. Under the international vertical, the first box is Film Commission, to have an outstanding Film Commission. The reason why you didn't see Film Commission as a priority earlier is because you already have a best-in-class Film Commission. And I just want to recognize that fact, because some of you might be thinking, why no Film Commission? So Timothy, you and your colleagues do an outstanding job and are known around the world about doing so. And the other thing I want to mention is if you look at the infrastructure vertical, there's no mention of cinemas there. And the idea of a strategy, a policy to develop cinemas came from the group, came from a discussion in one of the groups. So the point I'm making is this is a generic strategy, but it doesn't mean to say it has everything in it that you need, and it might have some things in it that you don't need. So I now want to move on to a discussion and questions from the floor. So I'm going to ask the folks over there, who has roving microphones? And if you do, could you come forward, please? Because we want to do a little bit of managing. Please, thank you. Just stay right there. Is it just one of you with two mics? Okay. We might need someone else, because what I want to do is I'm not going to go to one person at a time. I'm going to go to the first person, then the second person to move things along. So thank you very much. Could one of you stand over here so you're at this audience? And if you look at me, I'll be showing you where to go. So when you ask a question or have a comment, could you tell us briefly who you are and what you do? Okay, so show of hands, please, for anybody who wants to. Ginger, you've not put your hand up, but I'm sure you were wanting to ask a question before, so I'm putting your hand up for you. So microphone over here, and the gentleman in blue at the back, in the last row, leave your hand up, please. There we go. Continue.
Ginger Wilson, Ginger Inc. Films. I'm a producer and a service producer, so I deal with both sides. I just wanted to underline something rather than have a question. When we talk about discretionary fund for development, it's in the writing. And I want people in the business sector to get that this isn't about making a better quality production. And we all know you can make a bad film out of a good script. You can't make a good film out of a bad script. So you do have to start with a good script. But the first thing is getting the script written. And it's not so that you can then go into production. It's so you can take it to market. You cannot raise money locally for international financing or even local financing unless you've got a well-written script. And for that you need money to write the script, pay the writers and train the writers. And I think that's often missed, so I just wanted to underline that.
Thank you. Before we go to the person in the blue shirt, what other hands were up here, please? Then the person at the very back, you'll be next. Over to you.
Good afternoon. Whoa. My name is Peter Kawa. I am an actor, film director, and talents manager. I have two observations in the pillar for infrastructure and culture. I felt like under service and facility providers, we didn't really delve deeper into the role of PR companies and marketing companies. That would help very well in audience development. I felt like we could delve a bit more into that because I feel like that is one conversation that is very ripe right now in the industry, and everyone is trying to understand how we can use that to make the industry better and grow our numbers. Then for the culture pillar, I might have missed it. I didn't hear anything to do with film festivals. Unless it was mentioned, I don't know. I'm very interested in that.
So what we did, we were focusing on prioritization. So the fact that film festivals, which is number one under this vertical, wasn't identified is because probably the group thought that we were already doing an okay job, Kalasha being an example. So that might be why film festivals wasn't mentioned. Could you repeat the first point, because I didn't quite hear it?
Yes, just audience development. How do we use PR companies and get into collaborations with them just to help develop and amplify our works out there?
Thank you, Ginger, with the submission you did. Peter, I will want to guarantee you that audience development is holistic. And what you have mentioned in PR and marketing, commissioning, and all that, all those things are part of audience development strategies. So be rest assured that when an audience development strategy will be done for Kenya, all that will be inside. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it was mentioned in the discretionary fund. We will, we should create a fund for A to Z of the process, and I did mention marketing and distribution, so we've not forgotten marketing and distribution. Film festivals, why it wasn't mentioned as a priority, I think we first need to bring in audiences before we can have successful festivals. And I feel as a country, we are still at the point of just creating our cinema-going culture. The festivals will naturally just, we already have some, but if we can get 5 million Kenyans going to the cinemas, the festivals will just naturally follow suit. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question over here, if you'd come to the gentleman in the white T-shirt, but now we'll go to your question in the back, please. Thank you.
Not a question. You had
Could you tell us who you are and what you do?
I was given the disclaimer first. It's not a question. My name is Claire Osoro. I'm a communications specialist. In the film industry, I have participated in marketing films. I am also a Persons with Disability ambassador. You had asked for guys to introduce themselves and what they do as part of your presentation, yeah?
Thank you very much. Who else had a question over here? That gentleman. But now we come to you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Duncan Moronio, filmmaker, Mastercard Entertainment Studios. I want to piggyback on what Kawa was asking about audience development. And I'll give a scenario. Anastoto is streaming right now on YouTube. And under the comment section, there were guys who were complaining that the show has so many adverts that are running. And then, so a convention came out of it, and the creator, Eddie Butita, responded and told them, it's important for us because we have to sustain this model. And he asked guys to go to the membership, the YouTube membership, the premium one, so that you can get to access that content without getting adverts. Under that, people started saying, you need to remember that we are the one who made you as a creator. So my question is, where do you draw the line as a producer, as a filmmaker, just to try and help the audience understand that I need to make this sustainable, but at the same time, usiwafinye sana in terms of just helping them understand, taking them through that process? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very important question. And I'll go to the culture pillar. For any successful business to succeed, the end user must pay. When we all came here today, there was some form of transportation that was involved. You either walked, took a bike, drove yourself. So in anything you did, there was something you had to give. If you walked, it was your energy. If you took a bike, you paid the fare. So the culture that we have developed in the absence of what I referred to earlier is that the end user in Kenya doesn't pay for content. And the ripple effect of that is so bad that I will not get into right now because it's a whole big conversation. And what you have just said in that conversation there is a culture issue. Because to understand why Butita has to put his content on YouTube, this is why. He will have an idea, he will get all the inputs he needs to create it, he'll create it. But the tragedy is that once it's ready, he cannot take it to market because there is no market. The market is expecting to be served on TikTok, on YouTube for free. So what he'll end up doing is that having invested in that piece of content like Anas Toto, it will not become his primary thing to take to the market, but he'll now convert it as a marketing tool so that when he puts it out, he can attract secondary income, where he can be commissioned as an influencer or a brand can latch on to him, and that thing is not sustainable because it's still very risky. You might put it out and nobody comes to you. So it goes back to the audience where the culture of consuming for free, and this spans even to the music industry. Sauti Sol spent so much money to make their albums, but they all gave us for free on YouTube in the hope that if that marketing tool works, they'll get concerts and brand endorsements to sustain their business. And that is not a sustainable model. The other tragedy of that model is that we never get counted into the national gross domestic product contribution because all our assets are non-tangible. Sio kitu unaweza shika. And if they don't have a price tag, then the economists in the government will not count our contribution to the GDP, and that complicates us when we go to ask for funding because they see that we don't contribute to anything. But in reality, Butita spent 10 million to make an Anas Toto. So audience development has a segment that's called sensitization, where we have to sensitize the people on the importance of avoiding piracy, of spending that 50 bob, and on the to supplement that, we actually have regulations that now become strict on if you're found pirating or if you're found consuming without this, there are repercussions. I hope I've answered your question well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Just 1 second, Phil.
Yeah.
That's it for the mic to the person in the front row. Thank you. Go for it.
Yeah, I think the other thing, Izzy has really answered you well. The other thing about business is create products for everyone. If for the people who drink in the room, we have top shelf whiskeys. We have, yeah, exactly. But for Safaricom, they have airtime for 1,000 bob. They have airtime for 5 bob. So even for us as filmmakers, we need to start thinking like businessmen and create products for each category. So have a value proposition for guys who will pay for YouTube Premium and just have another one. Yeah, unfortunately, it's again the running order of business.
Thank you.
Could I just, sorry, when we come here, just to say I'm also interested not just in questions, but if any of you have any comments that you want to add to the discussion, we'd be very, very interested in hearing from you. So this person over here was next, I think. And then we'll come to you, sir.
Hi, my name is Agola Simon. I'm a student at the Multi-Choice Talent Factory. I'm from Uganda, and back home I'm a sound engineer, sound designer, production sound recordist. So mine is also like, mine is a contribution as we look at okay, as we look at workforce development, I think as the as we look at workforce development, It can be, we can have co-production treaties, like let me say Uganda, because Uganda at a point right now has started, like in post-production for sound, it has started growing, you know? So such treaties can really help to solve such problems. Yeah, thank you.
Just before you do that, who had a question over here next, please? Microphone down in the front to the ladies. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Mushuthi Waruga. I'm a student at KU. I also own a production company that we do advertising. And I think by starting by answering our brother here, that culture where people don't want to pay for what we are consuming, it began with the Watoto Kaa Chini films. And I think we have continued with it. People just want to watch things for free. And I think that needs to change. My question is actually on the place of devolution, because away from Nairobi, they are very, very nice films. I came to Nairobi this year, but before I came to Nairobi, I used to be in Nakuru, where nice films are being produced, but they can't get broadcasted, they can't get a market in the national. So what is the place of devolution in even the funding? And number two question is actually on the place of the place of unions in post-productions. Do we have unions for post-production, people in post-productions and people in advertising especially? Thank you.
I'd like to ask my senior and chairperson of the Producers Guild to respond to that question. He was also part of the workshop that developed this. The question, Mato, is number one, if I understood you correctly, if the discretionary fund will live in the national government or it will be devolved into the counties. And the second question was if post-production in Kenya is gilded or unionized. Yes, please give the microphone to Chairman.
Yes, interesting questions, both of them. But there's a comment he made that I totally agree with, the one about the Kaa Chini culture. For those who do not understand, do you understand the Kaa Chini culture is referred to? Stand up. I'm sorry. Do you understand the Kaa Chini culture he's referring to that has contributed to Kenyans not paying for content consumption? No? What were they called? There was a company that had big TV trucks with TV screens.
Ace Communications.
Ace Communications, yes. And they used to go around the country, mostly on weekends, set up, and when you see the truck in your neighborhood, you'd run and know that's it, and you try and get the best, seat. And then they would play movies in the evening once the sun's gone down. And these trucks, that business was funded by advertising. So you had the Unilevers and other companies back then who had products that they wanted to sell, mostly soap, cooking oil, and things like that they were attracting. So that's the Kaa Chini culture he's referring to, that basically we consumed content for free. And I think that has carried on. So now it's time to change that narrative and pay for content. Now, the next question was, hey, this gray hairs contribute to memory.
It was with if we develop a discretionary fund for development,
yes.
Will it sit national or will it be devolved? Or should it be devolved rather?
Okay, yes. Good question again. We talked about that at the meeting earlier on. There is a fund that exists in law, and that's the blank tape levy, that for any item that is used as a storage device, that's a hard drive, a flash disk, recordable DVD, anything that you can record on, generates tax, or what's the term they use? That, yeah, sorry? Yes, that there's a percentage that's removed and put aside that goes towards one fund, and that's the fund that's supposed to fund our productions. How the money is to be used has not yet been determined. There's no framework of how to use that money, but it's there sitting somewhere on paper, technically. The film industry is highly capitalized. So I think what we should do is we should push to have that fund start working for us. It's for the benefit of the entire creative sector, the musicians, the post-production and all that. If we can make noise, the more noise we make, then government starts listening to us. We should be able to find a way to tap into those funds and have them trickle down. And that's when you can achieve most of the things we've discussed here, audience development, training, film education, and all that. So the funds exist, but the question on whether it's at devolved county level or national level, I don't think I am the right person to answer that, because if it exists in law, I think it's national. It's not devolved at county level. And there was
the second question was whether post-production is unionized or gilded in Kenya.
Oh yes, there's a very, very strong post-production group. At one point, I was part of that group until state of the industry. What was it called? SOTFI. I was part of that editing group because I started my career. Well, I didn't start my career. Editing became part and parcel of our production work, and I'm happy to see Eda here, who edited one film, one music video. I remember. I'll never forget Mulongo. It was way back, almost 20 years ago, that he keeps referring to. So editing, yes, we were involved in a lot of editing work, and the guild is there. The membership is very strong, led by some very strong players in the industry, very experienced, who've been around for long. And from the conversations until I was chucked out, the reason I was chucked out after SOTFI was I was termed a producer and no longer a director. So I could not be with one foot in a group of production discussing fees and negotiating, and being in a group of editors discussing. Basically, it's me discussing with myself to come up to finance myself and find the best pay for myself. So that was the challenge. So where they've reached right now, I don't know, but that was the last conversation. They were going to make it official.
Thank you very much. Could you pass the microphone to that gentleman? We're coming to you in a moment. Phil, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. Thank you for being so patient.
Hi. My name is Sandia Kai. I'm a film student. For me, I feel like I want to disagree a bit. I don't think is that Kenya, we don't have an audience. I feel like we sell the same story. I don't know, all the films I get is the same story. I feel like when one storyline makes waves, and then the rest of the other filmmakers and producers and directors are funding those specific stories. For example, Nairobi Half-Life. After Nairobi Half-Life, everyone was doing Nairobi Half-Life in a different way. So the films kind of get boring. You want to watch them, you're really interested. For example, me, I love Kenyan films. But I'm like, it's the same story. So where is the connections between the audience and the filmmakers? Where is the connection there? Yeah.
Yeah, so to answer your question, honestly, I think it's not a you problem, like the audience. It's us as producers, because we are not getting our films to you. So if between Nairobi Half-Life and now, the only films you've watched are the ones with that same storyline, I think it's us as producers. We're not marketing right. We're not distributing right. Because in this country, we do an average of 80 films a year. So trust me, out of 80 films, we are not all writing about the ghetto and crime. Trust me. I watch a lot of Kenyan films. There's so many stories. We have a lot of rom-coms. We have so many films that we are doing. So, and maybe that's why we are here today. We need to find out how we're going to market and distribute better so that you get to enjoy the catalog that's there. We have so many sci-fi films in Kenya. We have so many horror films. So kama hazikufikii, makosa ni yetu.
I just have a question for the lady. Where do you watch your content? It's out of curiosity.
I watch Showmax, Netflix, and YouTube. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next question from over here, if you could get the microphone back to the lady.
Ginger, you wanted to comment on that?
Okay. Sorry. And then we're now waiting for you, sir, so thank you for being so patient.
Ginger had a comment for that question, sorry.
Yeah, I produced Nairobi Half-Life, and when that film came out, it was a game changer. So it not just opened the gateway for what I refer to as a gangster movie, a popcorn gangster movie. It opened the gates for genre filmmaking. And whether you're making sci-fi, gangster, we also did Kati Kati, which is sci-fi. We did Supermoto, which is a kids' film. When you do a genre film, what's tremendously exciting about that is then a lot of other genre films get made in that genre. And it's no different in Hollywood, in the UK, China. There are genre pieces. And I think the more Kenyan filmmakers can explore and go right out on a limb and say, I'm doing a great horror film, I'm doing a great gangster film, I'm doing a great sci-fi film, the more variety you'll get. But there's nothing wrong with having genre pieces. If you go to a distributor or a marketer, they'll say you, what genre is it? What's it like? If you go for financing out of Kenya or outside of Kenya, they'll say, what genre is it? What's it a cross between? It's a cross between Nairobi Half-Life and Godzilla. That would be a hard one, but you get my point. There's nothing wrong with being anchored in a genre, and we should welcome it.
Thank you. Just mechanic, could you get this microphone to the back? And thank you again for being so patient. Yeah.
My name is John Wambogo from Mind Me International, and a person who's very passionate about the development of this particular industry. We all know that partnerships and collaborations are very important, but what is the right approach, right? And I'd want maybe the gentlemen who are there, either Ezekiel or Phil maybe, as well also yourself, to also give us maybe, in summary, maybe the experience of how you approach these particular partnerships and the right way to actually do it. Because at times maybe you look at a partnership from only your side, but then probably you don't also consider the other side as well, where they ask then that you're targeting that particular ask. So thank you so much. Thank you.
So by the way, I just want to get the mic to someone else who's got a question over here in the front. Thank you. I think we know that Denmark has a very, very exciting and successful independent film industry. Actually, I'm saying that. I'm not sure that we do want. Who here knows about Danish films? Okay. So Danish films have been very successful, take my word for it. And one of the reasons why is because the Danish Film School very early on decided that it would, rather than train and teach individual writers, directors, producers, or whatever, they insisted that they work in groups. And so they were trained to collaborate as producers, writers, directors. And out of that came the Dogma movement, which most of you are too young to know what they were, what it was, but it's a very, very successful movement. A lot of very good Danish and Scandinavian filmmakers came out of it. So my answer to your question, sir, is that we need a mechanism, in this case it was film school, to have these different elements of the creative process think about their work as a collaborative, collective endeavor, rather than being an isolated an isolated approach where everybody's in silos. I don't know if that happens here, but I'd certainly encourage, whether we're talking about the formality of a film school or informal groups getting together at film festivals, or training pods, or whatever it might be, that encouragement early on that filmmakers, producers, particularly producers, directors, and writers, think of their job as to develop content in collaboration with each other. Want to add anything? Okay.
Yeah,
Right, so,
yeah, I think I'm good.
I just want to.
Do you feel answered? Not yet. You're good. Okay.
All right, please.
Thank you. My name is Zipporah Wambui.
Can you hold the microphone closer to your mouth?
My name is Zipporah Wambui, a student at Kenyatta University and a co-founder of Frame Crafters. We are a production house. I've had the issues between the product. You've already had your film and getting it to the audience. Where is the place of market research? Because I feel like if we do research, if there is strategic research, this is the story we want to do, this is the message we want to bring across. Which audience would better embrace this story, and which audience would shun or not be hyped about that story? So I think if we put in a bit of also academia in this and do market research, then the gap between the story and getting it to the audience would have been bridged. Because if you're talking about Feel It, and there's a style of your storylines and the way you tell your stories, and talk about Frame Crafters, there's a style we tell stories. We know there is a market for us because we've done the research and we know our stories will get to different audiences. So that was my comment. Let us also embrace market research. It will help in bridging that gap. Yeah.
Thank you. Wambo is your name, right? Yes. So one thing I'd like you to appreciate, thank you for that comment. You're absolutely right. Everything that you see on this board, all these small boxes, will be driven by research for them to succeed. And I'd like for Epi, who is an ardent producer of local content, that means she develops content and she disseminates, to also just respond to you so that you can get to appreciate it from a practicing person. The question, Epi, is the place of market research in two places, in developing the story and access to the audience.
Okay, my name is Epi Matere, producer. I think we just talked about it during the workshop, and one of the key areas we really thought is the audience development, because until we get to the place where from development phase that we understand what is the audience and who is the audience that we're going to, that is the way that we're going to win about it. And so it's actually our priority when it comes to culture, to build the capacity in terms of audience. We also agree that we need to start creating audiences from a very young age, so from schools, because we are coming from a culture of free, watoto kaini chini, and you watch free content. So we really didn't get enticed about a creative economy. And when you grow up, we all grew up, and your parents wanted you to be a doctor or a pilot. You know, it was not about the creative space. So when we start educating the younger generation to understand this is another space that they can actually make an income out of it, and it's also an industry like any other industry. When we are talking, we're like, a production company is like a petrol station, because you pay taxes, you pay everything. So the minute we get to that place, then we will see our audience really grow. So it's not something that we're going to deal with it now. This is one of those things that it's a long haul, but it's not that it's not doable. It's actually doable. Because if you look back into the culture when we were growing up, when the free movies were coming, all the kids in the village actually went to watch the films. So it really worked. So it's something that has been practiced and it's possible. And so you develop your audience from development through production all the way to the marketing. And of course, one of our priority also was marketing. and distribution so that we can get a market ready for when the production is done. I hope I've answered.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also,
sorry, I'm not going to let it go there because there are people who've been waiting quite a while over here. The lady there, and while we're waiting for you, Phil, what did you have to say?
There's a lot of market research that goes into production companies before they develop stories and films. Maybe what we've not been doing is putting the research out there. It costs a lot of money to do any production, whether it's a TV show or a film. So trust me, before we even spend a single shilling, we've spent a lot of money on research. So maybe, I don't know, maybe a way of making research available to everyone, maybe. Yeah.
I'm just going to make a comment on that, and then we're going to come to you. But there was also other questions over here, so I don't know where the mic has ended up. There it is. You've got it. Just if you could pass it to yes, to you. But hold that question. Before we come to you, something I want to say about the way in which content is developed. It's often developed in isolation. And the point you make about market research is a very fine one. I think what you mean, in particular, and what I interpret it as meaning, what does the audiences respond to? What do audiences want these days? Now, creators are not always going to create something according to what audiences want. They're going to create something from their own, heart and brain and what have you. But it is important to know, if you're going to do that, what's the likelihood of that being able to reach an audience? Market research can help, but actually the best way is to actually have a conversation with an element of the industry that is closer to the audience than you are, like distributors, exhibitors, streamers, whatever it may be. And where that happens often is film festivals, film markets. And I think it's a good use of public money to encourage and support filmmakers make those connections with the marketplace. So in addition to research, what I'm saying is it's lines of communication as well. So the lady who's been waiting patiently in the front, the floor is yours.
Yes, okay, thank you. So my name is Anne Gitonga. I am increasingly doing policy research in creatives because I'm in KIPRA, which is Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. So I acknowledge we didn't get to regulation, but I just wanted to ask, building on what the student had said, what is the role of distribution and exhibition and policies such as local content quota in the broadcasting to then expand that access to, because I have the same questions, how will I find the Kenyan films? Because from research I noticed there's a value chain and I don't know how to get to that part. So is there additional information so that we're not limited to the platforms that we're limited to at the moment?
Yeah, that is a weakness and I strongly admit as producers, yeah, challenge, weakness, whatever we want to call it. For the longest time, first of all, just getting a budget and a production going, it takes a toll on you. And a lot of us producers, we've been working on the productions, but we never think about the marketing. But right now, as producers, that's a conversation we have with every producer. Nowadays, before you put down, immediately you put down a budget for production, the next question I ask is, where's your budget for marketing? Because the audience is there, the audience is ready, they want to watch our films. But honestly, we've not been doing a lot of marketing and distribution work, so we've not been making a lot of noise. And that's why Peter Kawa asked the role for PR and marketing. Yeah, it's really our challenge. We are stepping up. We're going to make more noise when we do our productions.
So there's marketing and then there's also platform of consumption. Very limited. I mean, we only have a screen network of about 40 in the whole country, and proper cinemas even below 15. And then you have the streaming platforms that your Netflix, Showmax, and that's about it. So you realize that on the Netflix and Showmax side, these are commissioned shows where the commissioning agent or company will ask for what they want for their catalog. So there's also that area of infrastructure when we talked about developing cinemas and developing alternative platforms of consumption. Yeah.
I just want to acknowledge that we've only got 10 minutes left, and it's quite likely that there are people in this room who want to say something we're not going to be able to get to, so I want to acknowledge you and apologize in advance for that. I think there's a hand that's been up for a long time in the back. Could you go and give the microphone over there? Hold on a second. And then you'll be next, but just hold off for a second because there was someone over here who has the mic. So, where's the microphone over here? Yes, just stand up and tell us who you are. Hold on a second.
Yet.
Sorry. We're going sort of one side to the other. I don't know if you noticed that, but anyway. Please, your name and what you're doing.
My name is Jessica Wangare. I'm from Kenyatta University, upcoming filmmaker. So I have a comment. Because concerning culture, it should be a custom. It requires consistency, meaning from all ages, from teenagers, adults. So it means when you talk about film education, going to high schools, that should be a culture for the filmmakers. It should be all over, like even in cinemas. Why do they go for the 50 bob movies? Like it should be affordable also for the teenagers. Like for example, you can have prices ranging from 1,000, then you have, that is high, then you go to medium, a certain time, then low. So all aspects are covered. Like for the ones who go for the 1,000, of course they'll be there. For the ones going for the medium, they'll be there, and the low. So it's consistency and that affordability for everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. Very well. Point very well made. Could you get this microphone and give it to the person behind you? That's it. Yes. Sir, I interrupted you before. The floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. My names are Engineer Patrick Ogutu. I'm the Secretary General of Kenya University Performing Arts Association, commonly known as KUPA. Normally, in our festival, we have generals which are involving historical plays. So we normally tackle historical plays for within the Kenya region and historical plays outside Kenya. I was asking, how can we partner so that the historical plays which are staged are converted into film so that they can be put into archive for future generation? Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. I will ask my CEO to respond to you because that touches on policy a bit and also cross-sectoral into publishing and all that. The CEO of the Film Commission will respond to this particular question. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer. I think we are already partnering. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Number two, I think we have an opportunity for us to partner with universities to do more papers that will inform policy in all aspects, not just in one area. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to hear from new speakers, please. I really want to give people who haven't spoken a chance to speak. Sorry. There was a question from over here, the gentleman back there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barasa Daniel. I'm an actor from Home of Reelers Production. I have a question. There are so many upcoming actors and actresses and production houses like us. We've been doing film, short cinematics, and we've been posting them on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. Like the way you said, there is a category, like a category of content where the content is being consumed at a large number. You find like we've done a good content, quality content, we've shot it, we've edited, and the story is unique. we've posted it on social media. What's the right channel to reach the market, and what's the right channel to reach the audience that we think we deserve with the content that we've created? Thank you.
Yeah, there's no shortcut, unfortunately. And you have to build your community and your audience brick by brick. The reason Sauti Sol will do a concert today and they bring in 15,000 people is because they've been building that audience for 20 years. Sauti Sol started performing at Allianz when they were getting an audience of 10 people. They were going around clubs and traveling, and right now they have amassed a community of over 15,000 people who will attend their concert. So you're not doing anything wrong. It will just take time. And maybe social media kidogo has made us believe that we can get things really quick. We call ourselves the microwave generation, you know. You put something in, it comes out hot. Unfortunately, building an audience takes time. The reason, as Feel It, we will do a film and we will get the numbers that we get is because you forget we've been on TV from 2007. That's about 17 years. We've been building this audience for 17 years. You're starting out. Trust me, 17 years from now, the minute you put out a film, you will fill this whole ballroom. So consistency, that's the name of the game. Don't quit. I know it's hard right now, but continue putting out your content. Today you put out your content, you gain 10 new followers. Tomorrow you put out another content, you gain another 100. Compound that over a period of 2 decades, you have 5,000 people watching your film. Consistency.
Thank you. We've only got room for one more question, and I apologize to those of you who wanted to contribute. I'd like to go over to this side of the room to someone who we haven't heard from yet. Would you raise your hand in the back there? Could you pass the microphone over there? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, hi. My name is Austin Genga. I am a writer and a student at Africa Digital Media Institute. My question is, as students, sometimes we have our own personal projects that we would like to fulfill, but getting donors becomes a problem just by the very fact that they are assumed because that you are a student, it means you'll make something that is not up to par. So my question is, are there agencies that deal particularly with students in terms of grants and funding? Yes, that's my question.
Thank you. That space you've touched in, there's an independent producer we have here called Christine, who works in the space that you have alluded to of grants and funding. And the question is, are there grants and funding, local or international, that are available for students who want to make films? If you could respond to that, because that's your area.
There are grants that are available for films, for projects in the creative sector. There are grants in different companies. You just need to go and find the right people. And you have to have something that you believe in it, and you can convince a company to put money into it. So, and also the thing about going to the kawaida people, you know, people run to Safaricom, to Kenya Airways, try and look at companies that maybe do not even understand about film, and go and approach them. They would definitely, if they believe in your project and you have a cool pitch, they would definitely give you money. And I'm saying that because I have done that before and it's happened. So just do your thing.
That's private funding, but his question was on grants. Thank you.
Grants are also available, so many of them. And there is a lot of information on grants online. And one of the things that happens is it's something that a lot of us don't actually know. So if you go online and search grants available, or even if you look, there's a site called Funds for NGOs. And if you look at that site, you'll find so many grants that cut across different topics. And I say this because I make films for social change. So if you're looking at grants for, if you have your stories on environment, women, girls, sexual reproductive health, there are grants across. So you just go online, you just check UNICEF, USAID, they offer grants for this, and they also have grants for film. So it's just not different projects, but there's grants for films, so you can do that.
Thank you very much.
And also, the Kenya Film Commission actually offers grants, so you can apply to that.
Steve from Panavision, I know you're burning to say something, so you have the last word. Can you get the microphone over there? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Obunde from Kenya Grip and Sparks Lighting. And for me, it's a privilege and an honor to be here. Most of the time, everything, rental houses, we are somewhere down there on the tail end of everything. And just like you can see all the presentation, the service providers, they're somewhere down there. But the last couple of months, I'm starting to find my way, sneak in and be a little bit nosy to know what happens in this table. So I don't want to wait things at the tail end anymore. I want to come right at the table. And mine is more of a challenge to all of us, because everything we discuss is about the future, next month, what happens with this policy, what happens after this law is passed. But all of us who are sitting here, what are we doing now? So last December, I was invited for a screening at ADMI. They were having students screening. At the end of the show, there was question and answer, as always, as all these functions happen. And my point was easy. Among all the screening which are there were 3 minutes, 5 minutes. And I challenged the students. In December, a week before Christmas, anyone who comes up with a 30 minutes short film, as soon as possible, will get full support from Kenya Grips. That's starting from lighting, camera, grips, you name it, all the technical, including fuel. And at that point, I'm not sure if they understood what I just said. There was one lady called Amisha. She called me the Christmas week, and she said, I'm working on something. How soon can I do a presentation? And I said, as soon as you're ready. Then as soon as we got back to work on the 10th of January, again she called me and said, can we organize an appointment? And I said, yes, come. And as soon as she got to my office, the institution, ADMI as well, contacted me and said, Steve, no, don't do that, because all of a sudden we have 6 pitches from the students. And I was invited a week later. In January, I went and watched 6 presentations there, and there we are. The same lady, one of the reasons why I settled for her was because I asked them, how are you going to finance the rest of the expenses? You've got location, you've got wardrobe, you've got cast, you've got transport, you name it, all food, water, insurance. And she said, during Christmas, we've come together, a good number of ladies. I don't know if they're here today, some of the girls, but it was a full girls crew, from the director to the grip to the lighting gaffer, you name it, focus puller. There were close to 15 girls. They came together that won that pitch, and they spoke with their families and raised money to finance water, food, accommodation, transport, you name it, all the other expenses. And on the, I can't remember the date, but I think it's on the 17th and 18th of January, they did shoot their short film, which now it's at the tail end of post-production. For me, that was big challenge. It was big challenge to us as filmmakers in Kenya. What are we doing now as Kenyans? Before we rush to Netflix, Showmax, all the big names, financiers, grantors, what are we doing? amongst us here, who has what that we can bring together, do something as Kenyans, roll it out there. By end of this year, we've got something to show that is a Kenyan fully funded project by filmmakers. And today on this floor, I again challenge this floor. I am ready to put in lighting, camera, grips, transport on the cinematography side of things to put up a Kenyan full project. But it has to be a young person who is not known here. It has to be for me, it has to be someone not known. We need to challenge one another. And the reason for that, I was at Durban Film Festival last year in July. One of the strongest things I learned about that, on a similar setup like this, and that's why I say, well done, Timothy, for what you've done this year, because there's a lot of students' involvement and recognition this year. And there was a continuous screening of students' projects running all through on another end. So as this mainstream higher is happening, there should have been a students' screening happening. And believe you me, that will be full house, non-stop. And that's why it's an incubation for bringing out new filmmakers. For me, I just want to wish you all the best, but we need to challenge ourselves right here, right now. God bless. Happy Easter.
Thank you. Well, it's great to end with an inspirational thought. I'm afraid we have run out of time, so there's no time for more questions. But what I would say is when I started this session and saw that this was 90 minutes, I thought, oh, there's no way we're going to last 90 minutes. We'll be done and dusted in half the time. I was so wrong. Clearly, the interventions we've heard have been very interesting from all different types of people. It's obvious to me that this conversation needs to continue in some way here in Kenya. But I want to end it by thanking, first of all, my co-panelists for their contributions. And also thanking all of the stakeholders and professionals who are part of our working group, who we've heard from earlier. Thank you so much. But finally, to thank everyone else in this room for your attention, for your thoughtful interventions. And it's my privilege to be here and to wish all of you the very best of luck for the future and for the Kenyan film industry. Thank you.
Another round of applause for them. A very interesting discussion right there, and these men really put in the time and work to put that together. Yes, Martin? This is the AOB after the AOB.
Thank you. I've been dying to say this because the thing on collaboration came up, and I wanted just to add to it. It's been tried and tested here. We have shot a film years back, and it was a collabo between several companies, including Steve, who spoke before me. The film in question is The Rugged Priest. So you had one company give their camera. It was a red camera, lenses and everything. Then there was the other company which financed it, gave the finances for the consumables and stuff. You had the creator of the show and everything give all the resources he had. And you had another company give the equipment, generator, grips, whatever was available. And it has happened, it has worked. It was a very successful project that went on also to win awards all around. And it is possible. And what Steve has done and challenged, it's very possible. An example, in the US, we've got 3 famous directors. We've got Spielberg, George Lucas, and Francis Ford Coppola. These are 3 directors, each have big companies, they're big names, all award winners, but they collaborate in the sense that they consult on each other, because each one has a specialty in a certain genre, or for example, Francis is very good with the scripting and stuff like that, so he can consult on Spielberg's scripts. George Lucas is very good with special effects, so Spielberg comes and consults with him on the special effects, and they work together. And I wish I could see more of this within us, Kenyan filmmakers, where we can rely on each other, identify each other's talents and skills, and reach out to one another and say, hey, I've got this project, come on board, let's see how we can consult for each other. It's not always about competition, it's about getting the best end result. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for him as well. It's all about seeing how you can make sure those incentives come together. And collaboration is a huge one as far as that's concerned. And a challenge also put forth in terms of how we can actually incubate this. Brilliant idea. If we had one of those screenings outside there, that would be a full hall every single day. I think that has been put down for the next Kalasha. We're going to take a short lunch break, reconvene at around 2:30 as we get into that final stretch, because yes, we are young. I saw a survey done when Phil asked who are the young filmmakers here. But imagine there's a point where you might want to retire from the game. That's going to be our last panel discussion, retirement for filmmakers. What happens when you get to that particular point, and how do you plan for it as well? That will be happening at 2:30 right here. So let's have lunch, let's talk, let's network. There's a lot of contacts you can get right here, young filmmakers. Then we meet at 2:30. Good afternoon.
Then add Showmax to your DSTV subscription at no extra cost. Showmax is not a TV channel. It's an on-demand video streaming service on showmax.com. To add Showmax to your DSTV subscription, simply use the My DSTV app. Select Add Showmax. The app screen will confirm that you qualify for Showmax at no extra cost as a DSTV premium subscriber. Now you can enjoy exclusive shows and movies. Add Showmax to elevate your entertainment.
Hey Easter, enjoy your passport to non-stop laughter and entertainment on Star Times. The Salulu is to recharge and get upgraded.
Can we play a game?
We've got fun and play for the big and little kids. Action-packed sports. Absolutely unbelievable. Thrilling movies.
You're an actor. Act.
Passionate new telenovelas. Real-world documentaries.
Are you saying yes to the draft?
Unmissable reality and fantastic local shows. Recharge on your current bouquet and get upgraded to the next high bouquet for 1 month. Burudika na familia. Download StarTimes on app for unlimited entertainment anytime, anywhere. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
This is the season where dreams come to life. Where glamour meets excitement. Discover new trends and opportunities in the explosive market sessions. Enjoy the most recent films at our movie screenings. Engage with your favorite industry stakeholders